Let's go.
All right, weird technical issues, I think. Whatever, doesn't matter. I think we're good. What's up, everybody? Good morning, happy Saturday, and welcome back to the stream. What's up, Sampler Info? What's up, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else? Hope you're doing well this Saturday morning over here. Friday night, maybe, if you're part of the degenerate crowd. Some other time of day in other parts of the world, perhaps. Over here, it is 9:45 a.m. and I'm excited to play some video games. I have been, as mentioned, excited to revisit TMNT Shredder's Revenge. I played it at launch in 2021, I think it's when it first came out. Had mixed feelings about it, I guess you could say. I didn't dislike it exactly, but it came out the same week as Final Vendetta, and I remember being far more excited about that game and spent a lot more time with that one than I did with Turtles. And I haven't really touched it since. It did get a bunch of updates. It got some DLC additions, patches, and what have you. You know, I was half curious to take take a look at some of that, but mostly, I guess, the game itself didn't really stick with me in a way that made me really, you know, it was more of a hypothetical, theoretical interest, an academic interest, more so than genuine excitement to play it more. But it has been made more relevant again, more pointedly, of course, by my recent playing of Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which is the essentially follow-up from more or less the same crew of people, as I understand it. Probably not the exact same staff, but it's clearly the kind of successor of Shredder's Revenge. And I didn't like that game all that much. And it made me more curious to kind of reassess and reevaluate Shredder's Revenge. But the other thing, more kind of bubbling under the surface, is just the events that have transpired in the intervening 5 years. Nothing specific, I suppose, but more so taking a look at that game with the perspective of where the beat-em-up genre is currently, where I am currently, just kind of recontextualizing the experience a little bit with the, you know, the help of hindsight. But more so, I think, looking at how things have developed since the game came out, because I feel a little differently, I think. My outlook on the current state of beat-em-ups has changed a little bit since then. My outlook has changed, but the state has changed also, I think. And I think around that time, there was a degree of excitement and optimism from my side, in that it felt like we were kind of moving from one, or really that we maybe had even moved from one paradigm to another. And I think that's partially true, but things have not evolved or continued to progress in the direction than I had perhaps hoped, coming off of Streets of Rage 4 and Final Vendetta and Shredder's Revenge. I've given this spiel multiple times, so I reckon some people know exactly what I'm talking about. But in case you don't, which is perhaps more likely, let me elucidate a little bit. So, I'm a big fan of arcade beat-em-ups. I am not a fan of... how do I phrase it? Well, first of all, I'm not a fan of bad beat-em-ups, although I can enjoy some of those too. I'm a fan of arcade beat-em-ups specifically, and whether they are played on an arcade cabinet in an arcade setting is not that important, but more so the design philosophy and the structure of the game. And when beat-em-ups fell out of fashion in the 90s, I think there was a strong sense among many people that they were kind of an obsolete genre in a way, in the sense that arcade game design was perceived as kind of obsolete. And when the genre sort of made a comeback in the mid to late 2000s, it was in a very different context, and you had a larger emphasis on different aspects. More specifically, like, games were longer and they were often less linear. They might have had some kind of RPG component or a world map campaign type thing. And I think it's easy to look at stuff like Castle Crashers and Scott Pilgrim as kind of the defining games of that era of beat-em-ups.
Unspeakable horror would...
Speaking of unspeakable horrors, thank you very much, Vinout79, for your continued support. Appreciate that very much. And I think those like, they are very much the defining games of that sort of era and that design paradigm. But in a lot of ways, they carried forth
a box?
Something that we had seen earlier, which is like designing games for the home market versus arcades. Thank you for that request, why not? We'll take a look at that in a moment. Where, you know, as I said, with arcade game design not being, well, to put it in a more charitable way, a more objective way, frankly, the discovery starting, I would say, in the mid 80s of home console gaming as its own realm of games, and as such the home of a different kind of game design paradigm. A lot of early console games were, for all intents and purposes, arcade games. Computer games evolved in kind of its own direction, but I would say, as far as like home console gaming, there are definitely some Atari 2600 games and the like that are very much not arcade games, but they're kind of few and far between. And even early Famicom, NES stuff is largely defined by arcade games. And somewhere around like 86, 87-ish, I feel like, is when you started seeing more emphasis on different types of experiences that weren't arcade games and also weren't computer games. And I think that continued throughout the 80s and 90s to the point where, like, the arcade design sensibilities would gradually kind of fade out of popularity. And with regards to beat 'em ups, like even on consoles, console first beat 'em ups throughout like the genre's heyday were still often very different from arcade beat 'em ups because they were often much longer, they were paced differently, they were, in the best of cases, built more around the limitations of the hardware with, you know, in terms of enemy counts and crowds and that kind of thing. So I do think that the idea behind the design of something like Castle Crashers, I mean, obviously, you know, it didn't come out of nowhere. River City Ransom is like, what, 88, 89? Like, it's an early game. So very console-centric beat-em-ups have essentially existed for as long as the genre has. But they became more the norm at a certain point. What's up, Socrates? That emote is a wonderfully expressive goon who shows up in a scene from The World Is Not Enough. Had a very emote-worthy face. So, I love arcade beat-em-ups. I'm not a big fan of console beat-em-ups. And I think console beat-em-ups, like, generally, I'm not a big fan of implementing a bunch of RPG type stuff in beat 'em ups, but that's not really the issue I have. There are literal arcade beat 'em ups that have RPG stuff in them, and even though those aren't typically my favorite, that can be made to work perfectly fine. The stuff that I generally dislike is the stuff that's more broadly applicable to, like, trying to make a more console home gaming experience friendly sort of or compatible sort of design, and that can be, you know, a 3-hour long Super Nintendo beat 'em up. It can be Dragon's Crown, it can be River City Girls, or it can be Scott Pilgrim or Castle Crashers or what have you. And the reason I felt a certain degree of excitement for the future of beat 'em ups 5 or 6 years ago was that we had kind of come off a period of, there weren't a lot of beat 'em ups coming out in, you know, between 2015 and 2020. I mean, certainly compared to today, there were, you know, I'm sure some indie stuff, some weird Steam games and whatever, and of course Fight and Rage came out in 2017, which is another like huge landmark, not in terms of broader cultural impact perhaps, but it's one of the few proper, actual, really good arcade beat 'em ups in the last 20 years, let's put it that way. But it wasn't, you know, it was a very kind of niche, I think, broadly speaking. But Streets of Rage 4 in 2020 felt like, not only was it like a big success and a mainstream sort of way, like it was a game, like there were games in the interim, like, I don't know, Mother Russia Bleeds, I think was I mean, it wasn't at the scale of Streets of Rage 4, but it was a game that people might have known about or talked about outside the most sort of hardcore genre enthusiast circles. I don't know what made me think of this, but it reminds me of something like Jamestown, which was like a shoot 'em up that it sort of breached containment and, well, I was gonna say, and became popular outside of shoot 'em up circles. I think that game in particular probably wasn't that popular in shoot 'em up circles, so it wasn't maybe a case of reaching containment as much as it was appealing to a different audience. But there were a handful of games like that, but I think Streets of Rage 4 felt like the first time in a long time, probably since about like Scott Pilgrim, that there was sort of a in the context of what we're talking about, mainstream success for a beat 'em up. And it was a game that relative to the popular games in the preceding decade, was much more arcade designed. What's up, Em? Yeah, I dressed up for the occasion, of course. Gotta go fast. Streets of Rage 4, follows a series of games that were home games, and in a lot of ways, they're not like. Streets of Rage is, you could say, at the very arcadey end of the console beat 'em up spectrum, and I don't just mean that in the literal sense that they were console games, but they have some design elements to them that are very clearly not arcade design. Like, they're quite long, especially in the second game. You can get a lot of one-ups and things like that, but they feel great. They are largely paced and designed like arcade games, and I think 4 holds true in that regard. Like, it's quite long. It's not really fully designed like an arcade game, but a lot closer than any of the games I mentioned previously, or the Dishwasher, or with the exception of Fight and Rage. Basically, it's actually like an arcade game, especially with the inclusion of the actual arcade mode that forces 1 credit play and all that kind of stuff. And I was very enthusiastic when that game came out, not just because I liked it personally, but because it felt like it was a step in the right direction. Like, for a game like that to be to take off and be popular, for me, felt like evidence that arcade sensibilities don't have to be compromised in order to find an audience, and to to me disprove the notion, even though Streets of Rage 4 is still not fully, it's got a foot in the kind of console design realm, but compared to what had come before it in terms of mainstream successes in the past decade or two, it proved to me that you could make an arcade flavored beat 'em up and still find success. And it felt as though maybe this is maybe the pendulum is kind of swinging the other way. Maybe we'll see more of this going forward. And Shredder's Revenge and Final Vendetta, which I believe were both in 2021, which would be 1 year after Streets of Rage 4, felt like the continuation of a trend. Because Shredder's Revenge isn't what I would describe as extremely arcadey in its structure and its pacing and everything, from my memory of it anyway. But it also is not extremely, console-y. It doesn't have, it has a campaign mode with level ups and upgrades, but it's extremely superficial, and it feels like it's entirely there to kind of pay lip service to the idea of replayability or value, or whatever nonsense. Now, the game might have had a lot of other issues, big and small, but compared to what it could have been, I remember being very kind of relieved and excited that it was actually sort of what it was and not what it could have been. And of course, we've seen in the years since, there's been a lot of other licensed beat 'em ups following kind of in the footsteps of Shredder's Revenge, because that game was also very successful. Not a lot of them have been very good. But I felt like it's interesting, unsurprising, especially in hindsight, but that would be sort of the cultural footprint of that game, and sort of the precedent that it set, that we would get more of that sort of thing. But I feel like my kind of prediction or hope that popular beat 'em ups would start leaning more arcadey hasn't quite come to fruition. If anything, I feel like we've certainly taken a step back since then, in terms of the big mainstream successes anyway. I mean, although there maybe aren't that many of those. But more pointedly, if you look at not just the the people trying to replicate the success of those games or looking at what those games were and following in their footsteps, but more specifically, the actual groups of people who made those games. Guard Crush, who are like the main developers, like designers of Streets of Rage 4, went on to make Absalom, which is a successful game. I don't dislike it exactly, but it is not an arcade beat 'em up, and it is, to me, it's disappointing in the sense that it's this kind of action roguelite kind of thing that happens to have a beat 'em up kind of core to its combat mechanics. But in order to make that fusion work, in my mind, it sacrifices a lot of what I like about beat 'em ups. So it's a fine action game, but I don't like it much as a beat 'em up. But it's quite popular, it's unsurprisingly popular. It's following a lot of sort of trends. I think it's, I guess I don't remember exactly when it came out, but Hades obviously exists somewhere in this timeline, right? And I feel like Absalom is quite clearly looking at that game and its gigantic success and trying to figure out how can we get some of that pie, which is totally reasonable. And for some people, they might feel like, oh, this is the evolution of beat 'em up that I was waiting for, blah blah blah. And for people to enjoy it, that's fine. I didn't dislike it per se, but it's disappointing because it's coming off of Streets of Rage 4. It's moving in kind of the exact opposite direction to what I would have been the most excited for. As a parenthesis, sort of, we have Shinobi Art of Vengeance from Lizard Cube, who were the other kind of party involved in Streets of Rage 4, who did the art and everything. And that game was extremely disappointing to me because it was so boring. Like, it has beautiful artwork, but the most boring levels I can think of, and like such a complete disdain for everything to do with arcade game design. Like, it was just such a, I don't know, a huge letdown, except for the fact that even from the early footage, I didn't have all that very high hopes for it. Hey, what's up, Killick? But it is worth kind of bringing up in this conversation because it is, even though Shinobi obviously isn't a beat 'em up, but like to me, it sort of goes to show in a way that Streets of Rage 4, or at least you can choose to interpret it this way, that Streets of Rage 4 was a bit of a fluke, sort of. And my optimistic interpretation of its design sort of principles being the start of a movement or like representative of something, I feel like it was just sort of a happy coincidence almost. But I don't know, we'll see. But then the other follow-up worth mentioning there, of course, is Marvel Cosmic Invasion, following up Shredder's Revenge. And that game was also a big disappointment because I felt like it went in a pretty different direction from Turtles, and it, like, while it ostensibly maybe addressed a few things that I weren't happy with in that game, it introduced a whole bunch of new issues and just had a lot of pacing problems, and I don't know, it's a real weird one. It just was not very fun. And I'm very intrigued to see and that's obviously what sort of triggered this. Having played that game made me really want to revisit Shredder's Revenge to see, like, man, how did I really feel about that game? Like, how would I feel about it today? So that's why we're playing that game. But there's other, things on the horizon. Of course, the Masters of the Universe game from Bitmap Bureau, largely the same people who made Final Vendetta. I'm super excited about that because, I mean, first of all, it could be a great game. It looks very promising. It looks like a rare example of at least having the intention of bringing this sort of arcade sensibility. And although I think all of Bitmap Bureau's games have been flawed in different ways, I think they are sort of champions of that idea, at the very least, of not shying away from arcade sensibilities as this kind of obsolete design paradigm, but something that genuinely has its own appeal. And we'll see how Masters of the Universe lives up to that, but at least it is attempting to, or has like ambitions of being that kind of game. So that's very promising to me. And yeah, I don't know. So where we're at currently with beat 'em ups, I think there's a shit ton of them coming out constantly, which is exciting. Even if many of them aren't very good, if we're being realistic about it, that might have been the case 30 years ago as well. We got some real bangers, but there were a lot of pretty bad ones too. And they kind of cover the entire spectrum, right? Because we have these pretty high-profile licensed games like Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which is certainly like a mainstream release. They have had a lot of big trailers at events. People were talking about it. Like, it seems by whatever metrics we can go on to not nearly has been as successful or well liked as Turtles, but it's a big game. We have weird, small, indie, solo dev projects coming out on Steam every so often, and kind of everything in between. And I think at least having that gamut of different types of beat 'em ups coming out is fun and exciting, because there's games worth checking out. There's games that are, you know, interesting and piques my curiosity. And every now and again, you might get one that's actually pretty sick. And yeah, as you may or may not be aware, we have the little command here, which I can type out in chat, that links to my spreadsheet that I try to keep updated with upcoming releases. And if you're not aware, if you take a look at that, you'll see that there's a lot of stuff. And every so often, there's something that's very, very intriguing. And at the very least, some stuff that's kind of interesting and kind of cool. And I don't know. I'm happy for there to be, like, even, you know, when we didn't get as many games 10 years ago, not many of the ones coming out were great either. So if the level of quality is going to be mediocre, I'd still rather have a lot of the games come out than very few. That said, there are games on the horizon worth being excited for, I think. Like I said, He-Man, I think, could be pretty sick. Hopefully, it's at least decent. We have multiple Kickstarters going on currently for for beat 'em ups. Friends of the channel, Bitbeam Cannon, are working on Metro Siege for the Amiga and Neo Geo, which will be featured again on stream in the not too distant future, I would assume. We got some things cooking on that front. That game, I played the demo previously. I thought it was a lot of fun. It's a little different, but I thought it was pretty sick. There's Pizza Kit had its Kickstarter relaunch just the other day, and it looks like it's a lot more successful than last time, which is very good news as far as I'm concerned. There's other stuff on the horizon. I'm very curious about Space Hunters. That's one of the ones I'm very intrigued with. It's from Purple Tree, I think they're called, who made what was it called? Thunder something? Thunder Ray, I think. The sort of Punch-Out like game. They also made the Baki licensed Punch-Out clone the other year. That game could end up like anywhere on the spectrum, but it has a unusually distinct aesthetic and setting, and the art's going to be great at the very least. So I'm excited for that one for sure. And there's other stuff like in the periphery, some stuff that isn't very public or marketed just yet, but there's I forget the name of it. It only sort of exists in like a couple of tweets, but the what's the name of the game? Pizza Tower, I think. Guys made that, are making a beat 'em up that doesn't look like it's aesthetically my jam, but it looks like it's probably going to be way better than most. Like it's made with intention. It's got this kind of wacky cartoon aesthetic, which isn't really my jam, but I'll take it if the game's good. And there's a few other things that are kind of under the radar and some other more high-profile ones. But like I said, you know, good games or not, I'm still happy for more people to attempt making beat-em-ups. As much as I lament the general literacy and knowledge and understanding of this genre being unsatisfactory, let's call it. But hey, you know, we can all contribute to the culture by trying to address that. And the latest development on the beat 'em up watch front was yesterday, I guess, with the announcement of The Walking Dead: Streets of Survival, a new licensed pixel art beat 'em up from the developers of the Karate Kid Street Rumble, which was a very weird game that I kind of sort of ended up enjoying, but it felt very incompetent and strange in many other ways. But that sort of was announced a little bit out of nowhere with a demo. So we're going to be checking that out today. And then we'll be revisiting TMNT Shredder's Revenge. And should we by some miracle not feel ready to wrap up stream at the end of that, I've got a few other things that I'm curious to take a look at if time permits. Not very time sensitive or anything though, so we'll see. But yeah, you know, beat 'em up never ends. We always kind of circle back to this, which I'm more than happy to do. Before we get going with that though, we did have a box art review requests, so let me get that sorted and we can take a look at that. If more people have requests, feel free to drop them while we're in this segment of the stream. I'd rather do them in a chunk than have them spread out over the course of the stream, so feel free to make requests if you have them. All right, let's hop on over here. And take a look at Populous 2, Trials of the Olympian Gods. I don't think I've ever actually seen this cover. I would not surprise me if this game had multiple box arts over the course of time, platforms, publishers, regions, etc. But I also don't know that I ever actually saw any other boxes for this. I probably would have seen like a Mega Drive box, because I think this had an MD port and it probably didn't have this artwork on it. I'm not big on this type of game. I had Populous, maybe I had Populous 2, I don't remember. I got it on some like CD-ROM compilation for Mac in the mid-90s. And I remember not understanding any of the game at all. I've never been big on like strategy, simulation, that kind of thing. And especially when you have games like, you know, I enjoyed Theme Park, I enjoyed a little bit of SimCity, but I feel like the Populous games were a little less straightforward, a little less self-explanatory. You had UIs with like mysterious icons and what have you. But I think as far as my understanding of what the games are and how they work, I get the concept of this box art. I think it's like kind of action-packed and exciting for what could be a more abstract, if not boring, at least sort of serene visual presentation of this style of game. But I'm not in love with it. I think it's okay. I think the concept's decent. There's kind of a lot going on at once, though. I don't know. I guess maybe I don't even remember offhand specifically what the original Populous cover looks like. I think it's not quite as chaotic as this one. So I get that, you know, maybe you want to increase the level of excitement for this one. But I think to me it comes across as a little, not like it's laying it on too thick conceptually, but it's just visually a little messy. What's up, Bardic Broadcast? Greetings. Oh, there goes my armrest. I really need to get a new chair. I digress. The weird thing for me is that I guess, like, it doesn't really look like there's a town or a civilization or whatever being sort of overrun by the wrath of the gods. It kind of looks like there's the one building that's being flooded by the entire pantheon, while also there's an earthquake and a fire, which, you know, again, conceptually that's not terrible, but it's like I said, it's a little unfocused, it's a little messy, and I feel like I wouldn't be the person to do it because it's far out of my wheelhouse, but I can picture the same concept being illustrated in a way that's a little more, I don't know, clear, or sort of, I don't know, better, I guess, if I'm being a little blunt about it. What's up, MP83? Yeah, sure. By all means, just make a request. So I don't really love it. I think there's a lot of things that are just a little bit strange and a little, like, drawing attention to themselves in kind of the wrong way.
What you got there? A box?
Some of the ways the characters, like the gods, I guess, just like overlap with the waves of the water. The one building being destroyed. The foreground sort of cliffs with the trees. I don't know, the composition is just a little confusing to me. But I don't dislike it, but I think it's a little clunky in its execution. It's like impactful and kind of cool, but I don't love it. For me, this does not pass the poster test. I think I can, like, appreciate the idea of wanting to up the ante and having this sort of very action-packed, dramatic scene. But for me, the execution falters a little bit. Not really the painting technique or the style, but more so the composition of the scene and how the different elements of it sort of fit together. I do really like the typographic design of the logo. I think that's really cool, even if Trials of the Olympian Gods is, like, a little difficult to read. The Populous 2 logo, I think, is sick. So ultimately, I think this is it's a cover that has its ups and downs. I'm not in love with it. I don't dislike it, but it doesn't do that much for me. So I think this one gets added to the pile of 3-star boxes. Thank you very much for the request. Let's prepare for the next one here. Chair disintegration, a streaming tradition. Yeah, I think most people can relate. Well, most streamers anyway. I don't know. All right, next up, let's take a look at Ancient Roman Power of Dark Side for the PlayStation. Not familiar with this offhand. Very generic. I feel like there's probably more than a few PS1 games that, or Super Famicom ones for that matter, Saturn, PC 98, you name it, that look kind of like this. The name rings a very vague bell, but I could not place it at all, and the artwork itself doesn't really help. It's supposed to be an awful RPG, got an English fan translation for some reason. Well, it's on PlayStation, and it's an RPG. That's going to be enough for some people to want to bother with something like that. Yeah, I think this is very weak. Legendarily bad. I mean, I guess maybe that's why the name rings a bell. I'm sure I've heard of it. The art itself is adequate, if unimpressive. Like, it's not great. There's some weirdness going on with some of the anatomy and everything like that. As far as this style of artwork goes, this is definitely... I don't know that I would call it subpar, but it's certainly not on the upper end. Like, you would see fan art on postcards sent to magazines that is of this or better caliber. Like, this is unimpressive as far as this kind of artwork goes. Like, you wouldn't see art of this quality you wouldn't see art of this quality from a major publisher, I feel like, at this point in history. Like in the 80s or early 90s, yeah, sure. But I guess I don't know when this came out, but just the fact that it's on the PlayStation, like, yeah, it just feels pretty crude and unpolished. So the artwork itself is of a technically, let's call it, somewhat dubious quality. And yeah, that's the thing. Like, artwork of this kind of quality existing for a game, even if it's a pretty high profile game, or at least from a pretty high profile publisher, could be like, it's conceivable if these are just illustrations in the manual or something. As a key art on the cover for the game, yes, it is kind of disastrous, because this is just, you know, full on clip art cover. Like, we just took a bunch of illustrations that were not designed for this purpose and sprinkled them out. And as far as clip art covers go, this has to be one of the worst ones I've seen in terms of thought and effort and like artistic effort put into it. Like, Capcom made a bunch of really bad clip art covers. Well, Capcom USA, I should say. Like the Western cover for Street Fighter 3 Third Strike on Dreamcast has just like the versus screen portraits of Ryu, Ken, and Gil in this like boring composition. And they made a couple of ones like that. Capcom vs. SNK, I think, also had like Ryu and Terry on it, just like really, really boring. But at least there was some, like, within the confines of that concept, there was some effort made. Like, those covers had a background. It wasn't a blank white canvas. There's no real thought to compositing these portraits in an interesting way. The fact that, like, most of them are not cropped, and the ones that are done so in a not very exciting way. Like, and I can say this as someone who's struggled with like composition and framing. I'm not good at this myself, but I recognize the instinct of like not wanting to cut off any of the image, so you put just the full character on there, and it results in this extremely basic and very boring, like, you can't escape the boringness of how to compose these images if you are compelled to not cut off any of them. So it's done like not just what's evidently like self-evident, apparent, like the blank canvas, and it's just like a couple of clip art images stuck on there. There's like layers of depth to the amateurishness of this, like how it's put together. So this for me is like clearly something that's just less than the sum of its parts. I don't think the illustrations are terrible. I don't think the illustrations are what bring the quality of this down. They're not great, they're not impressive. But if this same artist had painted like an actual illustration for the cover, I'm sure it would have been fine. I'm sure it would have been at least a 3. There could have been some X Factor components to bring it up to 4 stars or even higher.
What have you got there?
The approach to the composition, it feels like someone realized 4 hours before the submission deadline to Sony, they're like, oh fuck, we gotta have a cover for our game, we forgot. What do we have? They just scrambled to like stitch together something from whatever art assets they had, and like no one was happy with it, but this is what they were able to come up with. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, the relative scale of the characters doesn't bother me in itself, because obviously it's like a collage. It's not meant to be a physical representation of the characters in the same physical space. But from a purely aesthetic point of view, it's like an extremely poorly unbalanced and visually unsatisfying like assembly of illustrations. So I think the illustrations themselves are like pretty generic and have plenty of technical shortcomings in some ways. They're also kind of nostalgic and kind of like there's something to like about them. They're very representative of a certain era of aesthetic trends and character designs in Japanese media that's like there's something to that can be quite charming. And I think that is the saving grace of this. Like these character designs in a different context could be like they'd have a trouble transcending certain levels of like generic whateverness, but they're not, you know, comparing this to these like British teenager napkin scribbles in a cassette tape box type covers that we've seen. They're on a level above that for sure, and that's the saving grace of this. It's like there are redeemable elements of this, even if the sum total is like pretty embarrassing. So given that I think this artist would have the potential to put together something pretty decent, I'm being potentially generous here. But the depths of dankness go so deep that I still think this doesn't sink lower than 2 stars. But it certainly doesn't rise above it either. Let me go find my armrest before we continue. There we go. El Guero, greetings. All right, we have another request here. No, that's not what I meant to click. Give me a moment and we'll get that ready. It's Father Axekeeper in Burger we trust. Always. Burger sounds pretty good. Like, I'm going to try not to think too much about food because I just started streaming. I can't break for food just yet. Give this 1 out of 5. There's something to the art that I find pleasurable in some level, but I think a 1 out of 5 is perfectly defensible. I wouldn't argue with that score. I wouldn't fight for these 2 stars. But it's yeah, it's a pretty, like I said, it's a pretty generous 2 stars, but I still feel it doesn't fill me with the same abject like dread and feelings of being upset and offended like some real travesties of box arts do. But you know, hey, maybe I'm just in a good mood. No worries, Father Axekeeper, you're all good. You're all good. All right, let's take a look at the next request, which is EverQuest. Another premium product exclusively distributed by New Era Interactive Software HK Limited. 989 Studios, huh? A lot of 3D... well, I guess that's 2 3D acceleration logos. P14, PC CD-ROM. A true cover. Yeah, I like this. Like, it's funny how... in a lot of ways... in some ways, I guess at least, there's something about this that feels representative of a certain kind of man, how do I even phrase this? There are parts of this that I find a little like of questionable taste. Like there's a kind of trashiness to it. There's a kind of and I'm not talking about the fantasy aesthetic. I'm not talking about the you know, the role-playing book cover art style. I'm not talking about the concept of like a sexy elf or whatever. It's not that at all, but there's just something more about the video game sort of side of that. Like when I think of, like, 'cause for me, this is like, obviously it's rooted in a lot of that tradition, which I do have a much stronger fondness for than a lot of like American video game art, you know, what do we even call it, like the sort of paradigms of classic American video game artwork. Like the stuff from that realm that is awesome and worth celebrating, a lot of that comes very directly from you know, kind of pulp novel, role-playing games, computer game type stuff, and that stuff I really like. But I think, and maybe EverQuest isn't quite there in terms of the timeline, but when I think of slightly later, like 2000s American game art and like aesthetic trends and general sort of sensibilities, I can see some of that in this, which I find a little unappealing on some level. As you can tell, I'm struggling a little bit to articulate what it is exactly, but it's a pretty minor part of it. Overall, like, I think that's maybe more about the kind of, it's less about the subject matter, it's less about the art style or how it's rendered and how it's painted. It's maybe more about composition, how it's framed. I don't know. Like I said, it's not like this would have been wholly out of place on a cover of a novel or an RPG source book or something, but there is just something about it that feels like it also wouldn't be totally out of place for like a mobile game ad, you know. Which isn't really the same thing as the kind of 2000s trashy American video game art that I like dislike, but I don't know, it's like it's occupying an interesting middle ground between a lot of these different things. But there are elements that I do like about it. I think it's certainly unapologetic about its, like, what it's trying to be, what it's trying to evoke, and the sort of sensibilities that it's bringing, and that confidence in what it is, I think is very refreshing and something I do really like. Keith Parkinson, very well established artist. I mean, it absolutely is no surprise to me. Like, it's a world I'm not that well versed in, but it is absolutely no surprise that they would go to someone who is established in that space for the art for a product like this. And I think that there's like there's an immediate strikingness and appeal to the use of color, like the bright blue sky and the character being like just the kind of limited color palette, right, of the blue, white, and gold. There's obviously a lot of skill and talent and thought put into this. Like, it is a very striking art. I think the logo is pretty good. It's a little, if they made it feel a little less CG and a little more, you know, traditionally, like if this logo could have been designed the same way 10 years earlier and it would have just been painted as like stone or something and it would have been fucking sick. And now it's a little like word art. You know, maybe the outer glow doesn't help with that impression, but it makes it nice and readable. Like, it's very, like, I think this cover is really, it's really good in that sort of thumbnail test. Like, you could squint, and if you're familiar with this box, you would recognize it. Like, this is one of those box arts that you could make like an 8x10 pixel miniature version of this box, and if you know it, you would recognize it. And I think that's a great strength of it. It's very easy to parse, like the the silhouette and posture of the character is very strong in the sense that, like, yeah, it's maybe not conveying a lot of specific action or emotion, but it's striking and it's readable and it's like just visually appealing. We got the hint of like the wing and the tail of the dragon that's like evoking something mysterious beyond the confines of what we can see here, and you know, maybe there's something more to this lady than we can quite see on the surface. So I think, like, for being what could ostensibly be a pretty dull and like unexciting cover, there's still a lot to it. I think it's like a very kind of simplistic and what could have been a very like bland or like, you know, a composition or a concept that doesn't have that much going for it. I think it's executed very strongly. Cover folds out into a huge mural. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And yeah, I think, like, you know, the big sort of open world makes sense to me as well with the, you know, obviously, like, this would make less sense for like a dungeon crawly type game. Like, there's a lot of dungeon crawling style computer games that I tend to kind of lambast the covers for just having a dude standing in a stone corner of a hallway and whatever. And, you know, this one hasn't got that specific issue for natural reasons. But it goes to show, like, even though the landscape itself is not particularly, to me, you know, exciting or interesting in the specifics of what it is, it's promising a vast world, which I think is surely part of the appeal. You know, I'm not an RPG person, and I'm even less of an MMO person, so this box was not designed to appeal to me. But yeah, I think it's like I said, there's some very small elements of things that take my mind to somewhere that I don't love as much. Like, I don't love every aspect of it with my entire soul, but I like it, and I think it's, you know, part of maybe what I don't love is just down to the kind of game it is and the kind of game it's trying to sell. You know, that's part of it. But even the stuff that I could have in a different time felt much more strongly negatively about, still, like, it doesn't bother me because it is so clearly a piece of art, and like the way the game is being marketed using this artwork is of a bygone era. And it's making me you know, a bit nostalgic for a time when game marketing wasn't so sort of lowest common denominator, data driven. Like, there was still room for a little bit more artistry and a little bit more dare I say integrity and identity to the kind of direction and styles used to kind of communicate what a game is. So, you know, a lot of different impressions. But I like it overall. Like, I think it doesn't, it wouldn't be like an absolute favorite for a number of reasons, but I like it. I think I probably enjoyed this cover and the illustration and the character design and the vibes and the colors and everything a lot more than I would any actual aspect of EverQuest, the game itself. I think that's that feels like a reasonable assumption. So yeah, I like it a lot. Even, you know, it might not sound that way the way I'm talking about it, but I think, yeah, like, I like it far more than I would like the game. And I think it's basically, it's transcending, like, the quality of it, the execution of it is strong enough to transcend aspects of its, like, core concept and idea that wouldn't be that, like, they wouldn't resonate that strongly with me. And if it had been done more weakly, like, I just kind of wouldn't really care. So overall, I think it's strong. I'm gonna give it 4 stars. It's pretty cool. And honestly, I have to say that it's kind of growing on me as well. Not a bad cover by any stretch. How could anyone not enjoy spawning in for the first time facing a wall, alienated from all sense of direction and purpose? See, I'm not even, like... What I'm saying is that an EverQuest or any other MMO actually delivering on all of its implied promises is still not appealing to me. So I'm not even judging it on any of those levels of, like, it not managing to be that thing. That thing doesn't appeal to me to begin with. What's up, Mimic Box? But yeah, there you go. That's my review of the EverQuest box. Thank you very much for those requests. But with that, I'm eager to play some video games. And we're going to move on to the next chapter of today's stream, in which we take a look at The Walking Dead Streets of Survival demo that just launched on Steam. This game was announced yesterday, I believe. At least I had never heard of it. And it is coming to basically all console platforms, a couple of different PC stores. I don't know if the demo's available anywhere else, but it is on Steam. And we are going to be checking it out. The Steam store page promises an, what do they say? An intense arcade brawler, which I'll be the judge of that. Got a bit of a different style from Karate Kid, the developer's previous games. Got 3D environments. But it does appear, judging from the trailer video that I watched very quickly, that this game has hit stun. It appears that characters react when you hit them, which is a pretty big departure from the Karate Kid game. I would suspect that this is a game that's kind of different. We'll find out, I guess. I guess maybe it's just the name and the property that makes me suspect that it's going for more bullshit stuff happening in the game mechanically, as opposed to Karate Kid, which was a weird one, but still straightforward in its general structure with stages and whatever. But who knows? But we're gonna find out at least some. I mean, we won't get a full picture, of course, because it's just a demo. But we'll get some impression of what this game's like, and whether it's going to be anything to look forward to or not. I don't believe that there's a release date for the game yet. But yeah, let's check it out. I believe the capture should be set up. I should wake up here in a second. There we go. So Odaclick Studio is the developer who made Karate Kid. I don't know offhand if it's the same or a different publisher, and to what degree that might affect expectations on game design, quality, pricing, or anything else. The Karate Kid game infamously, launched for 40 bucks or 40 euros. I think it's currently on sale for like 10 bucks. But not even relative to the game's quality, but like 40 bucks is just a very confident, shall we say, price point. Given that even the highest profile games in this genre tend to land somewhere between 25 and 30 bucks. And even that's probably a tough sell for a lot of people. But again, that would be purely like a publisher thing and not a developer thing, so there's no reason to suspect that this would be the same just on account of that. I didn't bother doing much research. I don't remember who actually published Karate Kid, but who knows? I'm playing with pad because I'm just assuming that any modern beat 'em up is not going to be arcade stick friendly. But we'll see. I dropped down the master volume because that's usually required, but it doesn't seem like this is overly loud. We can bump it up a bit and see if we need to change it. Damage numbers. I'm always troubled by a game having this setting because I think damage numbers sucked in... They can be greatly satisfying in some games. In a beat 'em up, I think if damage numbers are good or important in a beat 'em up, then I think that beat 'em up has problems. Or rather, damage numbers are only going to be important or valuable if the game is focusing on and emphasizing aspects that I do not particularly care for. If the damage number popping out is like you need that to get good feedback on hitting enemies, then that means the other aspects of hit feedback are bad. And if like the reason you would have visible damage numbers is if that is important information. Like if you are going to be growing your character in such a way that that number is going to change and it's going to be exciting to see that number going up, I think damage numbers are a great piece of feedback in like a Final Fantasy game, at least the ones I've played, you know, decades ago. When you do the fucking Omnislash or Knights of the Round or whatever, and you see those 9,999 pop up multiple times, that's like extremely satisfying. But that's because of the emphasis in a game like that. When you have like direct control and direct feedback and enemies react, like that number is so much less important. Not to mention, if the damage number is constant, which I would mostly expect in the kind of beat 'em ups that I like imagine Final Fight, but there's like a 7 pops up every time you jab someone. Like, what does that do? Like, the number doesn't tell you anything, and the satisfaction of seeing that number grow isn't going to happen for that, you know, because that's not a mechanic. I feel like it's a weird mismatch of like type of feedback and type of game. And, you know, maybe you have a game where you're building your character, and like if it's like a Hades or an Absalom or a game like that where there's a bunch of numbers and stuff happening, there's a bunch of math, and like you could get something out of, like, I picked this upgrade, this happens, and now I can see that this number is bigger, or it's a Diablo or whatever. Like, I can see the case for damage numbers being relevant in a game like that, even if I don't visually perhaps like the, you know, just how it looks and feels. But in a, like, if it's not that, then I think it immediately just does not serve a purpose, only cluttering the screen. The other thing is, like, having it be optional kind of tells me that it's also not important. Like, I'm thinking of like a Final Fantasy VII or an older Final Fantasy or something. Like, having an option to not show damage number in that game would be bizarre, right? Because that is the major piece of feedback you get when you hit someone. Like, that's how you tell that the attack landed. You see the damage number pop up. And it's sort of built around it. So to make it like it's so inherently superfluous that you can just take it out also seems weird to me. Like, while I'm glad to have the ability to take away something I don't like, it seems strange to me that, like, is it either it's important and I'm going to handicap myself by removing it, or it's unimportant enough that it probably shouldn't have been there in the first place. So it doesn't put a lot of confidence for me in, like, the designer's vision or direction. Like, you know, would I feel more confident in it if I didn't get the option to disable it? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But, you know, I say this as someone whose general basic standpoint is that, like, I don't want damage numbers. But I will leave them in for now because it's the default option, and I don't know how the game... I can't trust that I have a better experience turning them off without knowing what the game is. But like it puts, like, it gives a bad first impression, because not only is like, ugh, it's a damage number game, figures, but also like, okay, but they're optional. I don't know. It's not based on the adventure game. It's based on the TV show, or at least it's licensed from the TV show. The TV show, of course, is adapted from the comics, but this has like the likenesses of the TV show actors and stuff. So again, like, having these kind of options seems like, on the one hand, it's always cool to have customization options, but it suggests to me that, like, there's going to be readability issues. Yeah, exactly. Damage numbers make sense if, like, optimizing those numbers is part of the core gameplay. Like, if paying attention to those numbers and deducing something from reading a certain number, or even just, like, deriving pleasure from seeing that number grow or change, or, like, if the same action is going to produce the same number no matter what, then the number is, like, pointless. Like, the number itself doesn't... The number itself could have been anything, right? And if the number is going to change and I'm going to, like, get something from seeing that number change, that, yes, it implies that the manipulation of the number that I'm going to get when I do something, or when I do the one thing, and it's going to produce different numbers, it suggests that that number, it suggests that it's a numbers game. And I can enjoy a numbers game, but the part of my brain that's tickled by a numbers game and a punching game are typically very different. And it's hard for me to imagine that the numbers game part of my brain being tickled without compromising the integrity of the punching game brain tickling. You know, I'm skeptical. That's all. No control options or anything, but that's fine. We'll figure it out. Select your character. Mission 1A, escape. We got Daryl and Daryl. Okay, that's all we get. Main weapon, crossbow. Lone wolf. Moves of his own accord, but fights for the ones he holds dear. I've never watched the show, by the way. I read a couple of issues of the comics about 20 years ago, and I have zero interest in the property. I did play the first season of the Telltale game, and I enjoyed that, but I'm not coming to this as a fan or person with any degree of interest in The Walking Dead as a property.
Sometimes you gotta be willing to throw the first punch.
We got fucking pinball game voice clips. Okay, well, I'm feeling that my suspicion of this not being joystick friendly was was very apt. We have forced analog stick movement because the D-pad does other stuff. We have to click the stick to crouch. We have aiming and shooting on the triggers. We have 2 melee attack buttons. Actually, we have 3, actually, because we have light attack, heavy attack, and then on the right bumper, we have melee weapon attack. We have a dodge button and an interact button. We can affect the camera with the right joystick. So, I mean, I don't think any of this is inherently bad. It's just inherently pointing at this not being an arcade beat-em-up. Yeah, dedicated interact button. Again, not a bad thing, but I'm kind of curious what it implies. I feel like if we've got all this other stuff going on, overlaying the interact with the light attack or something probably wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. Crouching. Yeah, like, so is this a destroyer from jail alike? How much shooting and aiming are we going to do? I guess we'll find out. Oh. Auto text progression. That's fine. I don't really care about the text or, you know, the dialogue and all of that. I'm not coming to this for the story, I guess is what I'm saying. So the pixel art in the Karate Kid game was like a highlight for sure. This has a very different approach, and I'm like, conceptually, I'm not against it. In fact, I just realized there's no jump button. I try to jump to the ladder. There's no jump button. There's the interact button. Okay. Jumping is too video gamey, I guess. The idea of like 2D plus 3D stuff and putting like pixel characters in these like low poly 3D environments, that's absolutely something I would, as an artist and creator, would want to experiment with. Okay, my kick has a cooldown. I see, okay. Do this, do I have... Oh, okay, I could fire. I was like trying to see if I have it. Oh, I do have ammo on the bottom right. Okay, that's fine. I have a dodge roll. If I press neutral... Oh, there's a cooldown. Okay, I see. I can walk in like 360 degree, but facing left and right. Anyway, I think there's potential, and I think it's a very underexplored potential of like 3D environments for 2D beat-em-ups. It's obviously been done, but I think there's potential. It's not something when I look at it and say, oh, why would they go that direction? I do think that this game on its face, like, is, to me at least, a lot less visually appealing than Karate Kid was, with the elaborate pixel art and like beautiful environments and everything. It, you know, it's comparable to Shredder's Revenge or something like that. But I think part of that is just the subject matter. Like, this is a grimy, gross world. We're starting off in this like sewer hallway. Like, it's not purely like an art style or technical direction matter. Okay, I guess these guys are not friendly. It's done? Okay. Oh, those guys are shooting. But, oh, okay. I see. Oh, okay, it feels a bit sluggish. What? Alright, I'm like locking onto people 3 screens away. Okay, it's a little confusing. I have no idea how that would work if you're more than one player. But I do think visually, like my first impression from the trailer... Okay, did I see. I let these guys out to deal with the one enemy. Kind of interesting they're doing like these little camera angles and stuff. The UI, like the life bars being visible during the fade out scroll, was a little bit strange. Yeah, the feeling of the attacks and combos is not great. It feels very kind of clunky and a bit sluggish. Yeah, I can already tell like it's such a different type of game. Like the cooldowns, the like quest, whatever. Like just the pace of the attacks. The one thing I immediately don't like... Right, pick it up, wrong button. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I don't like analog stick movement. Did I collect a key? I have no idea. Yes, I did. Is that if I go up or down, it's quite easy to not hit the perfect cardinal direction. So, like, it's quite likely that I will turn around and face the other direction when I go up or down without meaning to. Which obviously is, you know, can be quite a liability, right? Like, which direction you're facing is, like, pretty important. Okay, so there's hit reactions. But enemies, or at least zombies, will just sort of attack out of hit stun. That non-linear... wrong button. Oh, I think I collected it? It disappeared anyway. The fact that the progress bar like slows down by the end when you investigate stuff is immediately annoying. Like, it feels so bad. I was gonna say we got a little bit of a impossible mission mechanic. Got a quest log. Like, I can tell right away, obviously, like, it's so not my type of game. Like, in terms of what I'm looking for in a beat 'em up. But that's not an indictment of its qualities. But it is funny, you know, just relating this to the previous conversation about what the follow-ups were after Streets of Rage 4 and Shredder's Revenge. And I guess soon enough, Final Vendetta. That this is, like, kind of in the same realm of, like, yeah, okay, so Karate Kid was a little problematic, you know. But you know, this looks like it's got hits done, so maybe this game is an improvement. And it's like, well, okay, the Karate Kid was like poorly paced, it's too long, and it's got upgrade systems that don't benefit the game, etc., etc. All right, so this game just leans fully in that direction. But you know, having said that, I think there's an entirely, you know, it's entirely plausible that this is a better, more fully fleshed out execution of that idea. Like, this being more, oh, you can run if you hold the dodge button. I see. I was thinking there wasn't a run. All right, the crowbar has a durability meter. A lot of information on screen. Like, I think for a lot of people, this is immediately more appealing than Karate Kid, because that game is so kind of strange on the face of it with the mechanics. This, like, a lot of the things that I kind of dislike about the pace or the flow or the controls is, you know, kind of the perspective of a beat 'em up enthusiast, whereas this is probably a lot more familiar to players of other kinds of modern, not even necessarily action games, but like action RPGs or what have you. I can see, at first blush, I can see more Walking Dead fans being like, oh, this game is cool, compared to maybe Karate Kid fans feeling the same way about that game. I replaced my... Oh, do this. Oh, that was... Okay, I thought I was picking up... Oh, it's like a crowbar dispenser. Okay. I keep getting the buttons mixed up. Walk around with a bunch of these med kits. I use them with some direction on the D-pad, and I don't remember which. Right, I guess? Wait, hang on. Oh, I see. That's kind of an interesting mechanic. You hold... You can get more health if it's, like, quiet, so you have time to bandage yourself. I don't think it's... maybe conducive to the kind of gameplay I like. But I do think what it means is that you can't heal in combat, or at least not kind of for free. Vaulting over these things is like weirdly tricky. You like slip around the corner of them and roll past them instead. I collected a key. Like, this kind of non-linear, if we can call it that, level design. It's weird. So this, like, the vaulting doesn't use my stamina. But see, like, trying to vault will give me an accidental roll a lot of the time, which does cost stamina. What I collected there, but... that's something, I guess. But yeah, this, like, I don't know, this walking around and doing quest stuff and finding keys and whatever. I'm trying to... how do I... crouch button. I was trying to change targets and I couldn't get it to work. The walking's really slow. Everything feels kind of... I'm in space for that, I see. Like, if you're gonna walk around with health in your inventory... sweet. I think it kind of makes sense to limit how you can use it, just to kind of... speaking of Diablo, you know, it's not just mashing the vile hotbar quick key over and over in combat. Which, you know, obviously works for those games. But there might be a purpose to not have it work the same way in a game like this. You know, hypothetically. Do I think it makes this game more fun? I don't know. I think this game immediately demonstrates a kind of baseline competency, I think, or at least sort of an understanding of expectations in a way that the Karate Kid did not. But it probably appeals to me less personally. I feel like there's probably moves like that I don't understand. So there's this like... this is... fuck off with this. Like, why do I have to wait a full second for this flipping animation just to change tabs? Like, it's so stupid. So like this is my combo list. But I would imagine that this... I guess maybe not. You know, I guess we don't have like... yeah, we have this. But there's no like XP or leveling system or base stats. Like, well, I don't know. It's critical. Like, there's obviously some number shit going on that isn't like exposed. But for a game that has a bunch of like quests and key items and lore items and wandering around and whatever, like there doesn't appear to be, like, ironically, even less than Karate Kid. Like, that game has leveling up and stats increasing on level up and whatever. So, okay, I can switch the pistol, I see. That's a little surprising to me. But yeah, the like... the overall sort of pace, like, a lot of stop and start to talk and whatever, and like... is that going to be a thing throughout the game? Who knows? trying to do the combos. Oh, this isn't terribly exciting. Of course, we gotta have the classic, just hit an enemy that doesn't react until they telegraph something that you can roll away from. You can now play as Michonne. Like, the pixel art on the portraits is not very good. Like, it's about 14% of the quality of the pixel art of the character animation. Yeah, I could see how some people might be excited about this. I don't know. I don't necessarily think. Actually, I can say confidently that I do not think Karate Kid would demo well, because the art's nice, I guess, but like the mechanics of that game are so weird, and it's only when you get to later into the game that there's a layer of resource management. Like, that game has such a strange thing where you have the super meter where, like, if I remember correctly, it's been a while, but when you or an enemy is hit, like, they don't react, there's no hit stun, but you lose super meter. The super meter is like an armor gauge, and as long as you have super meter, you won't like get stunned by attacks, so you can like attack through them. But you can also spend that meter to do like super moves that do kind of break enemies' armor, if I recall. And like, once your meter does run out, you can get like comboed. So you eventually reach a point, like for the first half of whatever the game, like it doesn't matter at all. You can just mash buttons, it's like whatever. But at some point you have to start managing, like, you want to use your meter more offensively to break through their armor. But if you spend it all and have no armor, you're very vulnerable. So there is a balancing act, which is a little strange. But I found that, like, that element made the combat kind of compelling. Like, it created something compelling in the combat. And you would not have seen that in a demo, because it only happens, like, later in the game. I don't know how this game changes. I think it's fair to say that it's probably not representative of the entire experience. But at the same time, like, in the Karate Kid game, what I'm describing, I feel like, isn't necessarily... I don't want to say that it wasn't deliberate, but it didn't feel like the game is designed around that push and pull, because it only, it doesn't happen in the first half of the game. So it's hard to be too charitable to a game thinking like, oh, this core mechanic's real interesting, when it doesn't. Like, even if that was intentional, there's still something very questionable about the design chops, or like how the game's put together, if the actual interesting part of the game doesn't even reveal itself. Like, if the game's just boring for the first 25 to 75% of it before you find something that's compelling about it, like, that's pretty... that compelling thing being there is still kind of damning with faint praise. But yeah, ultimately, I think...
But anger makes you stupid.
This
Stupid
game...
gets you killed.
I can't really compare them to each other in the sense of, like, is one or the other more or less competent or interesting or good. They're a lot more different from one another than I would have thought. I do feel justified in poking fun at the game describing itself as intense arcade action, though, because it's not very intense, and it's definitely not arcadey. I never went here before. Wrong button, of course. So her melee weapon button just does the same thing as her light attack, except there's this combo. I think the character sprites generally look very good, if not as good as the Karate Kid ones. They seem stylistically a little bit simpler. But the real-time lighting like makes the colors look kind of strange. Like because the contrast levels and the shading and detailing of the sprites, you know, you can't really, as an artist, like not having control over that kind of stuff makes things, you know, have the potential to just kind of look a bit weird. That's my take on it anyway. The mileage may vary, of course. But like for me, it's a little distracting how there's a lot of I could have been, oh well, whatever. Like the skin tones looking very strange. There's also like, I feel like the I don't know her combos at all, I guess. The whole concept of only being able to face left and right and movement on the depth axis being slower than movement on the horizontal axis, I feel like is completely just like inherited from games that function totally different from this. Like movement is not primarily happening on the horizontal axis. I'm walking around, you know, in all kinds of directions. I see. So she doesn't use melee weapons. Okay, that's neat. That's just doesn't feel good though. Getting interrupted like that. Let me actually look. Wrong button. This pisses me off so much. Okay, so she can't combo into this unless you do 3 lights. Okay. Oh my god, fucking analog controls. But yeah, so like, because we're walking around in this like 3D depth, and we're going up and down, like, can roll up, I guess, I guess I can probably run, yeah, I can run in 8 directions, which just kind of looks weird. Like, I'm not saying the game would be better if I had like more facing directions, but again, I feel like it's kind of taking, applying design conventions that don't necessarily work for what this game is. Not that it's like ruining the game, but I feel like it's more a matter of the game not fully understanding the implications of its own design. So weird you have that like cooldown on the kick, but you can use it in a combo. But it's not the kick, but like the same button does the heavy attack, but only in a combo, and that doesn't have the cooldown. Oh, I guess I have the adrenaline. Okay, oh, all right, that's what that was. Dash attack. Up right, but yes, this is from Oda Click Studio, I think their name is, who made the Karate Kid game. Right, this section. So that's the thing, like, again, like, I can't even remember this, like, everything in this demo, even though there are parts here. In the zombie alert. Like, clearly this is a little bit of a set piece moment here. The fact that we're wandering through these sewer hallways. God, fucking analog stick. I did not mean to turn around there. That's very memorable. Like I said before, I don't think the game has a release date, so it might be really far off. I don't know. That guy slides through the door. So maybe like this is what they had ready to show. But I suspect, I mean, I don't know the source material very well, but just based on the subject matter, I suspect that there's not going to be a lot of environments that I'm a big fan of. I don't think the game's really going to be appealing to me. I think this is a perfect example of just, you know, there's a superficial similarity to a type of game that I like. It's using some of the conventions and design language of beat 'em ups, but at its core, it's just such a different type of game that having those things, having those like toppings on a game doesn't make me like it, because it has, like, if the core of it isn't the core that I want and like from those types of games, then, you know, that's has more of an impact on how I feel about the game. Hello, Mighty Cat. Yeah, this is a demo. This game, I think, was announced yesterday. I at least first heard of it, and announced or showed up on Steam with a demo. Yeah, like, you know, I say this all the time, but when I use the term beat 'em up, I typically use it to mean arcade beat 'em up, because I think once you start including, like, if you broaden that, I guess I can have multiple weapons, right? Yeah. If you broaden the label to include anything, then it loses meaning. And it's not a matter of gatekeeping and saying that you have to fit my standards of what I want from this type of game for it to count or for it to be a real beat 'em up. But it's just like those, I'm just limiting it to what I care about and what I'm interested in. It doesn't benefit my analysis or conversation about beat 'em ups to necessarily include anything that has melee combat against groups of enemies, you know? Life bar is kind of weird, where it's like the boss life bar, I mean, where it's like the remaining health is red, but the deleted health is also red. I still can't do the auto gun attack. And for me, you know, I said the same thing about Dragon's Crown. That's not a beat 'em up to me. It's a Diablo RPG with beat 'em up combat. Yakuza, even less of a beat 'em up. That's an RPG that you know, has melee real-time combat. And I think a game like this is weird because it's sort of, part of that has to do with, I think, the audience being sort of fractured and in some ways unsure of what it wants. That like a game like this is marketing itself as a beat 'em up. It's marketing itself as an intense arcade brawler, and it's more of a adventure RPG action game with like beat 'em up esque combat, but it doesn't really feel like it's necessarily a good one of those either. Like, I can't imagine this appealing or scratching an itch for someone who's into like, oh, let me take a break from Pillars of Eternity to play this or whatever. I mean, it's not obviously not trying to be on that level or, you know, with that sort of scope, but it's not really a condensed version of that type of experience either. For me, it feels, again, just a little all over the place. Like the stuff that they're adding that's familiar from other types of action or action adventure games, like quests and cooldowns and dodges and whatever, is clearly taking away from, like, it's compromising its ability to be an arcade beat 'em up. But the benefit, like what it's adding, is very unclear to me. I'm not alien to the idea that someone would boot up Final Fight and find it off-putting because it's difficult, and you know it's a design paradigm that a lot of people will be unfamiliar with. So you know, when there aren't any quests or unlockables or whatever, like, you might feel a little lost, and I think that's entirely fair. That's not a critique or a problem with either the game or any individual who isn't used to that kind of game. But to me, I just completely feel like slapping these kinds of things on top of this, or I guess like pairing these parts, like they've taken, in a way, you know, they've taken superficially the language of beat 'em ups, but the language of these like action RPGs that they're putting on here honestly doesn't feel much less superficial. Like, it's really like jamming together like unsatisfying bits of both parts in a core that like isn't super engaging. Like, it's interesting because you could say, in a way, you could say the same thing about Absalom, in my opinion, where the roguelite sort of run-based, randomized, like, let's create a busted build, like, it has the synergy chasing of like, well, I want this, so let me grab this, and together, like, now I'm omega powerful, and that's like a fun power fantasy. But I don't think it does a very good job of that, because it's not interesting to build an overpowered build. Lord Mr. Radon rating, welcome. We just finished our second playthrough of the Walking Dead Streets of Survival demo, and you may be shocked to learn that I'm not terribly impressed, but you may be even less shocked to learn that I've talked about why I'm not impressed for probably 40 minutes.
That's too bad.
But I will continue to talk at length, so you may not have missed too much. Thank you very much for those 64 bits of mega power. Appreciate that. Anyway, where was I? Absalom. I think its take on the kind of synergy building to make yourself overpowered is very weak, because there's no interesting decision making in it, and there's no, I don't feel, at least, that as a player I have room to grow. If I play a game like Balatro, I feel like I have a basic understanding of how jokers can interact with each other. I can learn more about the rules eventually, but I can also tell right away, based on the fact that how I'm performing in the game, that there's way more depth here than I realized. There's gonna be combination of jokers that I haven't even thought about. There's gonna be strategy to how I play my hands, etc., etc. Like, there's actually a lot of room to grow as a player, because like optimizing your synergies actually takes some forethought and thinking and balancing. Like, building a powerful deck means like being mindful of which cards you have, which hands you should and should not try to go for. Like, there's multiple layers of decision making happening at all times. In Absalom, you start the game with like a dice roll of like, here's 3 powers, which one do you want? And it's like, well, okay, I'm gonna do this one, which gives me wind, gale, whatever. And you kind of shrug your shoulders and say, okay, I guess I'm doing a wind build. And every time you get the opportunity for, you know, a power-up, all right, I have the choice of wind and electricity. Well, I'm going for wind, so I'm going to take the wind one. Like, you always have you're given a choice, and the choice of what's going to make you overpowered is always, in my experience anyway, extremely basic. Now, it's perfectly possible that there's much more room to grow, and like, you can go orders of magnitude more busted if you do things that I didn't think of. That's possible, but it also doesn't really matter, because you can approach it in the most basic ass way possible. And like, that's my experience with Absalom. I've beaten it a couple of times, and anytime I complete the game, the last third of it is usually completely trivial, because by the time I get there, my build is such that I can touch an enemy twice and it'll like combo itself. And that's using that super basic approach to picking upgrades. So I don't think it's, and I haven't played Hades enough to say how well that's replicated in that game. In my recollection of having played the first game a little bit, it didn't feel as basic, but I could be wrong. I don't know. So in that sense, I think that part, like, that's part of why I don't think the game works very well. But, like, it's still fun because pressing buttons feels good. I had fun with Absalom, but it didn't scratch my itch as a beat 'em up, because there's a lot of mechanics that are like your parrying dash is like super overpowered. The clashing is kind of fun, but it's also easy to, like, you're very, very powerful, and the game's only countermeasure to you being super OP is just like starting to put armor on every enemy, which makes it not fun. And like, it's so that sort of undermines the beat 'em up part of it, and then like getting these like overpowered builds also undermines the beat 'em up part of it. But the whole synergy, like making an overpowered build part of it, is even more superficial or kind of shallow than the beat 'em up part, in my opinion, because there's so little to it. But the big difference between that game and this one is that the actual core combat, even if it's undermined by a lot of it, still feels very fun and good. Like, it's fun to run up and dash and do a thing, and like, I don't know, there's a core fun to where I play that game and I can lament that there's no arcade mode. Like, man, I wish that there was a mode in Absalom that just got rid of all that shit, because that could actually be a pretty fun game. There's many other things that kind of annoy me with the game, like the randomness and stuff, and like the fact that because it has to be like this run-based thing, you can't start the game with like a fully fleshed out move set. Like, if you're playing the dwarf and you want to have the power bomb and whatever else, like, you just have to hope that you get that drop after the first or second boss. You can't just play the game with the character that has the fun grappling. You have to pick the character that has the potential to develop grappling over the course of the game and hope that you get lucky. Like, that's, I don't know, I'm just thinking, like, imagine if you play Final Fight and it's like a dice roll. You pick Hagar and it's like, well, after Sodom you might get the combo grab or you might not. Like, I mean, it's a little bit of a silly comparison, but that's kind of how I feel, and it makes sense for one type of game, but it makes no sense for the kind of game that I wish it was. And Absalom frustrates me in a certain way because I think there's potential. I can see why they don't necessarily bother with it, because I think I'm in a minority who would actually really prefer it. but there's potential for having a proper arcade mode within the groundwork that they built. Whereas in this game, taking up the quests, making the levels linear, I don't think it's going to make this game a lot more fun, because pressing buttons and fighting dudes at its core isn't very satisfying or engaging. Yeah, Huntdown Overtime, I think, is also... I'm very curious how that game's going to develop. Given the development time frame, I was a little surprised playing it how incomplete it feels. It's an early access release, so it's fair that it is incomplete. But it feels... A lot of it is still awesome. Like, but comparing it to the original Huntdown, it's missing a lot of the stuff that makes that game so exciting to me. And I can agree that the roguelite sort of run-based upgrade path and how you build out your character isn't like, I like the weapons and the variety of weapons, like that's kind of cool, but it's a weird thing in that game too, where like you might get lucky with a good starting weapon, but if you don't, like, you have to play pretty far into it before you have a chance to like really do something else with your weapons. So yeah, I agree that it's... I hope that that game grows and develops into something really excellent. I think it has a lot of potential, but I think it's in a little bit of a... Again, the core feel of it is awesome. Like, moving your character around, shooting, sliding, taking cover, like, that all feels great. The melee attacks, the guns, like, it feels awesome. But the way the upgrade stuff interacts with it is a little unsatisfying, and it's vastly lacking compared to the first game in like memorable set pieces and locations. In a Walking Dead music video, I'm not gonna prevent you from linking it if you want to share it, but I'm not gonna watch it. It does not sound like something I would be interested in. Anyway, this has been Walking Dead Streets of Survival. Check it out on Steam if you find it interesting. Why don't I find this link here and I can paste that in chat if everyone, like, you know, after my glowing endorsement here, if you want to check that out, there's a link.
Look, you!
Wyvern Shill, greetings, welcome, welcome. But hey, you know, I'm always excited to check out new demos of upcoming beat-em-ups. Whether or not they align with my sensibilities, they usually don't, but I'm still, you know, if this is also $40, I'm not going to pay that for it at launch, but I'd still be curious to play more of this, because if nothing else, I want to get a more complete picture of what the game's actually like. But it's certainly not designed in a way that appeals to me specifically. Then again, very few beat-em-ups or related games are. I've been live for a good while, so it is time for me to take a short break. But when I return, we are going to finally get around to taking a new look at TMNT Shredder's Revenge, which I have been meaning to revisit ever since playing Cosmic Invasion a few weeks ago. So stay tuned for some turtle action. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, I'm back. I was reminded when I went to the kitchen to refill my beverage that I have one soul burger bun that needs eating. So I think we might be getting some big jig burger action later today. Looking forward to that. What's up, goatee _? Now it is time to revisit Shredder's Revenge. So let me actually let me boot that up. I played this on Xbox when it first came out because I had Game Pass at the time. So this is my first time running the PC version. We'd be jumping in here to a completely blank save file, which perfectly fine. Let's see if this is going to boot up. Guess we're going to get that proper, fresh experience. Okay, let me see if I can get the capture going. It's gonna... hang on. There we go. Let me update the game info here. No game audio because I'm not in the game window, I guess. That's fine. We'll just avoid DMCA, I guess. Let me update the game description as well while we're at it. There we go. That's a good enough description. All right, let me do that. Might chap lives. And hop into the game. Let's hope this isn't explosively mega loud. Let's find out.
Let's kick some down.
Okay, no, looks all right. I'm just a little perplexed because normally when I play stuff on PC, it's I need to drop the volume down to like 3% for the levels to work out. So I did plug in my arcade stick because in my memory, this game is like kind of arcade stick friendly, and I need a little antidote after what we just experienced. I was pondering this during the break, like, man, there's just something on a pure like tactile level that is so deeply unsatisfying about using an analog thumbstick to control a 2D character. Like, it will just make any game feel worse. So right off the bat, if you're designing a 2D game that requires you to use analog stick for movement, even if it is justified by other controls and mechanics, I will immediately think less of your game. That's just the reality. So let's see if we can let's see if we can figure out the control situation here. So this, I guess the remix thing, that must have been something they added post-launch. I vaguely recall that. Fine. Force classic. Maybe this is an online thing. If people have weird color palettes. Interesting back text. I guess this was in like the 16-bit Turtles games too. I do not have any of the DLC. I bought this game because it was on sale right around the time I got Public Invasion. I was contemplating whether I should get the DLC, but that was not on sale, and I figured for the purposes of what I want to do research-wise with this stream, I'm mostly just interested in playing through the game as it is anyway. And I figured, of course, pressing this button brings up the Steam thing. Fuck it. Can I use this to view layout? Okay, so I can, okay. This is actually, okay, so it's like a 5.5 button game. There's jump, backflip, attack, and super attack. Then there's the taunt button and the cheer up / revive. So the cheer up revive thing, I think, has zero purpose in single player play. I know the taunt was like super mega busted in a really stupid way at launch, and I think they've changed it to some degree. So I think ideally I would want to remap things a little bit, I think, but I can't be fucked dealing with Steam's weird shit, so we'll just deal with the standard controls. But yeah, I figured that I would I wouldn't need the DLC for what we're going to do today, and if I end up actually liking the game or being curious enough about the DLC to want to buy it, I'll pick it up, hopefully on sale at some point. But I decided not to bother with it for now. I am kind of curious to play with this soundtrack. I do remember the music being nice, but I haven't heard this, so this is going to be a fresher experience. Let's go with this. Let me check out this real quick.
I'll finish you off myself.
Consumes ninja power. Attack. Alright, wait for them to do their attack, their telegraphed attack that you then dodge. Yeah, I think the remix soundtrack was added when they did one of the DLCs. Because they also added, like, more color palettes to the character. Like, I think they added stuff that wasn't part of the actual paid contents. We'll find out, I suppose. I definitely like that they incorporate elements from the Konami beat-em-ups, but they completely changed the controls and mechanics to make it function. I don't know if it's fair to say more like a Capcom beat-em-up, but less like a Konami beat-em-up at least. Like right off the bat, I feel like I'm more excited to play this now than Marvel just because of the mechanics. Yeah, so this is on a pointless, or, you know, doesn't apply if you're playing solo.
Any comments?
Super flying attack. Yeah, unlock its power. Yeah, these, like, the level up stuff is, like, weird in this. Like, completely superfluous. So there's like the story mode where you have a little world map and upgrade stuff, and the arcade mode where that's just taken out and it doesn't really affect the game at all. I'm gonna play story mode because I think that's gonna let us swap characters if we feel like it, and I think this is gonna be the more apt comparison point for comparing this with Cosmic Invasion, or at least my recent experience with it. Defaults to chill. I actually don't know how tough it gets. I can say pretty confidently that I don't want to play on the lowest difficulty level. I have zero recollection of what I would have played on when this came out. I certainly would not have defaulted to playing on the highest difficulty. I'm like half curious to check it out, but I feel like there's a high risk that it's actually going to be annoying. So let's go with okay. Can start? Yeah, start.
Select your hero.
I understand when you have like a lot of players, but I never liked this sort of layout for character select. where you have like your little panel and you don't have like a grid of characters. Yeah, so the first DLC was like Yojimbo and Harai, and then they did the Mondo Gecko and Mona Lisa. It's funny that Casey Jones is in it, right? Like, he's an unlockable character, so he doesn't show up here, but the characters you can just buy do. Which, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I was a little confused about, like, I thought the stars were like different levels of intensity or whatever, but it's just like a little gradient. All right, let's go with Standard Man.
Turtles, let's get our shells and gear.
Yeah, so this is like kind of, well, not new, probably, but it wasn't at launch. Well, it might have been, but they've certainly added more color palettes. So you have the default one. I guess, well, not the, because this is like the toy colors. I'm not sure what this is meant to represent specifically. You have like blue eyes. I'm sure these are probably meant to reference different cartoon or comic iterations. Huh. No idea what this is. Again, Crimson Dawn, Leo, and then a Game Boy color palette. Rise of the Right. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like, it's a little difficult to sort of parse it because obviously the visual design of the character doesn't match at all. No, April was playable at launch because that's who I played the game with when I first played it. Let's go with these beautiful blue eyes. Okay, and then I have to press again to confirm. It's funny looking at this, by the way, coming off of Marvel Cosmic Invasion again, where the cutscenes in that game has like beautiful illustrations that they hired an artist to do all those illustrations, and then they like shrunk it down to the same pixel resolution as everything else. But they did a terrible job, like, cleaning up those illustrations. And this is like a perfect example of how good you could make it look if you actually, like, properly clean up the pixel art, which they did here. Or rather, I mean, I guess this is just pixel art to begin with. But there's, like, more animation. Oh, I guess these are illustrations. This part here is like more similar to the Cosmic Invasion ones.
Jaw-breaking news.
But yeah, there's a lot of
Okay, fellas.
yeah, the challenge system, which is the same. Traps, finish level unharmed. Secrets. That's all right. Okay, right. It's not a light and heavy. It's normal attack and special attack. Characters are smaller than in Marvel. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, it kind of feels like immediately better because it's just more fun. To control this one character who's a little fleshed out versus having the weird tag thing. All right, fine. I'll do your super attack. Yeah, and being able to grab. There's no pummel, though. It does have the Konami sliding, which is... It's not quite like it, but your character's not... Like, the feet not planted when you're attacking. Have like fun little enemy spawns. Oh, taking a lot of hits. I don't even exactly know what hit me there, but weird frame drops, it looks like. I think happened in Marvel too. Like some weird stuttering. I don't know if it's a monitor refresh rate thing or streaming issue or what. It's got that weird like acceleration to the dash. That's right. I only have like you have one super meter, but as we like level up, we'll get the ability to stock more. I believe that's how that works. There's a challenge for defeating enemies with traps. I don't recall seeing any just yet. Or that. That's too late. It's kind of weird. They walk in like really far into the screen before being vulnerable. They're walking. Oh, that's right. We have like the heavy attack. Kind of like the special attack in the arcade game. That's a trap, I guess. I see. Yeah, it's a really nice touch that the... like, the enemies enter the screen in different ways, and there's, like, stuff happening. You're very seldomly... just walking up to enemies who are just standing there waiting for you to fight them. Oh, breaking that, I guess. One thing I remember definitely not liking about this game is how there are no scene transitions. Even though there's like an insane amount of art and variety in the environments, in the sense that like there's very little repetition, right? Like we've been in this studio and like every screen has a bunch of unique art. So there's like a huge amount of effort put into that, and it looks awesome. But the pacing is, I think, affected negatively by there being no sort of ebb and flow. It just feels very static and linear. Good animation. Different like art style on that, but kind of dodge. Okay, he's got armor on that. That's like fair enough, I suppose. Might as well use this. Might as well grab this pizza before it becomes irrelevant.
My snout hurts. Looks like another victory.
Not a lot to that fight, but it was not annoying. Nothing like the constant armor of the every fight in every boss in Marvel. Yeah, like 5.5 minutes is long for stage 1, dude. It's long for stage 1 if you got like 6 stages. We have like 12 or 15. That's the thing, like, we'll see. But I remember it being sort of every stage feeling kind of similar in length and similar in flow. And that's part of the pacing issue. Yeah, so this is what you get from the story mode. You have this map screen. So Turtle there shows us the Achievements. Library, I guess, is... Yeah, the, like, collectible stuff. Fitness journal. Alright, so this shows us the level... And yeah, you can see, like, you unlock... It's the same progression for every character. 1-up, that's so weird. So it's like, there's not a ton, but your character is just like not quite fully fleshed out. Whereas if you play arcade mode, you just have like the 3 bar, like everything is just maxed out. So it's strange. Like I feel like this whole thing is only really there for the purposes of having like to kind of quell the sort of complaints from the type of player who's going to be upset about, like, conceptually there not being a goal or reward to work towards. Like, people who are unfamiliar with the idea of the game being fun as, like, its own reward. Like, well, if I don't unlock something, if I don't get something, then what's the point of playing? Like that type of player. Which, I guess, you know, they handled it with some amount of grace, because even though I think it's totally pointless, it doesn't actually ruin the game like it would otherwise when you start a game with, like, a third of a moveset and it feels like shit until you've played it for 5 hours. So they didn't do that, which is, like, one of those things where I looked at this game when it came out. It's like, man, I'm so glad that they did that, because they could have so easily done a piss-poor job of implementing that sort of idea. They didn't. Like, I was impressed with how little they compromised the integrity of the core beat-em-up gameplay to put that kind of stuff in the game. And I think that still holds true. So I guess I'm still... I could probably back out to swap characters. But it's not like pick a character for each stage sort of thing. This stuff is great, little camera, like little interstitial story bits like this. Like, this game already has more compelling storytelling than Cosmic Invasion, where, like, every level felt completely detached from what came before it. I got on these. Remember this? Remember old video games? I mean, I'm not opposed to putting referential stuff in the game, of course, but I pressed Y. Whoa. A loaded and unfair question. Can you think of anything I should be looking for on Surugaya? I mean, it's gonna be highly subjective, isn't it? Well, the first thing I would check is to make sure that they have a free shipping campaign. And if they don't, wait 2 days to order something. At which point I'm sure they will have a free shipping campaign. And in fact, well, the way I shop at Surugaya anyway, yeah, I was gonna say, look at what actual sale campaign they have on. Because I tend to, like, if they have a campaign on books or dojin, then I look at that stuff. If they have a campaign on games or whatever. But it sounds like they have one. Oh, okay, I thought it was someone I was supposed to rescue, but just an enemy. It's one of those, whatever things where it's like everything's on sale, or like every category of item if you buy enough of it. Yeah, that's like the bulk mega sale. Trying to like read the chat while playing. Oh, these guys, but at least you can kind of attack them, unlike the old games. Oh wait, hang on. How did I do that? Oh, okay, so jump during a dash. That's the slide. So, I mean, as far as I am concerned with Surugaya shopping. It's not that frequently that I look for something in particular. I have my wish lists with like a couple of hundreds of items, and I look to see what's in stock from my wish list. I do some kind of counter. That's super look different. I'm not paying attention. You know, it's been a while since I did. These cars are pretty big. It's been a while since I did it because I have been, if anything, sort of wanting to avoid putting too much more junk on my wish list. I guess I'm sacrificing points by not killing any of these guys. Maybe we will be stuck, I guess, yeah, okay. We'd be stuck here until we actually defeat them. That wasn't clear to me. Yeah, I guess that car's gonna move. What the? I was still flattened, okay. So I would normally just browse and look through based, you know, by category or what have you. That was poorly timed. And load up my wish list with stuff that's of interest. My god, that the hitbox on the charge attack extends really far forward, but the guy was standing like inside of me wasn't touched. But yeah, like it's not I mean, whether something's in stock or not might be a different question. And as far as like the ability to actually search and find things can also be a different matter, but yeah, there's no shortage of interesting items. And I pressed the wrong button. I got an achievement for getting hit while doing a taunt because I accidentally pressed the taunt button instead of the special attack. Alright, we can stock 2 supers now. But that's also, like, it's part of why it's a hassle, but also kind of fun to browse Surugaya because, you know, I've never done so with zero expertise or knowledge of Japanese language and what have you. But, like, if you browse the international version, you'll be aware of the fact that it's all very crudely machine translated. So search results tend to be kind of weird if you search in English. It's kind of inconsistent. So I would typically prefer to always just use Japanese. But, you know, your mileage may vary on that. But part of that is also, like, it's not just that. It can also be the fact that, like, their kind of naming conventions for how items are described and sorted isn't always super consistent. I'm trying to move out of the way, Jesus. Got him. So it might take a little digging to actually find what you're looking for. But normally, like, I try to think of stuff I'm interested in, like Street Fighter or Fatal Fury or whatever, and then I just look throughout the different categories to see what items are available. And I usually always make sure to check, like, disable hiding stuff that's out of stock, to just find weird stuff I didn't know existed and add it to my wish lists. Yeah, I recently, you know, I got this big box of books that I have right next to me, and I did just that. I filled it up with stuff for 20,000 yen, but with the with the magnitude of my wish lists, that wasn't that difficult. Although I actually, most of, or to a large degree, what I ended up picking up was stuff that wasn't on my wish list, because it was stuff that I just happened to find newly by doing the other thing I like to do sometimes. Search by category or by publisher. Normally in the past few years I've been buying mostly books, so sometimes it's like, all right, let's see what I can find from Futabasha. Okay, let's go to category comic. All right, 36 pages. Let's click through, and every 6 to 12 pages, there's one compelling looking cover, and I'll see what that is. And it's like, oh, hey, let me check out this author, and I'll, you know, you can kind of go from there. But yeah, I mean, they have a lot of games, comics, whatever else. Like, it shouldn't be difficult to find. You shouldn't have to compromise by adding stuff that you're not actually interested in my opinion. But of course, that's going to be pretty subjective. I mean, I got that, the Rainbow Mika figure that I got recently-ish, that way, because it was, I forget what it cost, but it was like 15,000 yen or something, and due to one of those campaigns, I was able to get a 20% discount or something, and it was like, you know what, that's as decent of a price as I'm ever going to get on that. But there's some, like, expensive art books and stuff that I have. Like, normally when I buy stuff from Surugaya, routinely I fill a big box with tons of cheap items. But every now and again, I get something that's actually a bit pricey, where those discounts can be more noticeable. Like, there's a whole bunch of Yasushi Narasawa art books that I would love to get, but they're all, like, really expensive. Well, they're, at least for the most part, above 10,000 yen, which I consider really expensive given the kinds of prices I usually pay for the stuff I get. And every now and again, there's some, like, art books and guidebooks that are, like, weirdly expensive, even if you can get a lot of it pretty cheaply too. But if that's your jam, and again, like, that can be a little tricky, because you can search for, like, irastoshu or gashu or some terms like that, but there isn't really, like, if you know that you're looking for art books, there isn't, like, one term that you can use that can confidently give you all the relevant results. But that, to me, that's, like, kind of part of the fun. It gives a little bit of a feeling similar to actually browsing shelves, where there's a little bit of effort involved, and a little bit of luck, and a little bit of perseverance. But yeah, those are probably my strats. So here's an annoying thing, right? I am tempted to swap characters, but that also means that we are going to be going back to level 0. But we'll live with that in terms of, it doesn't make that much difference. But back out again, and now I can pick characters. I guess we might as well try them in the order that they are presented. Yeah, I guess that's the toy color. It's a little exaggerated, but... I'm trying to think... Like, what version did all of them have, like, blue eyes? I'm trying to think. I don't know what version that would be based on. But I guess it changes, like, his, the other pads and whatever, all brown. 2012? That makes sense. So that's a CG one, right? Where they have, like, the heads are, like, really boxy. Which kind of looks like the, oh, I was gonna say the IDW comics, but I guess they were sort of maybe referencing that to a degree. Let's go with this one. Why not? So that's Rise of the TMNT, I guess. If they're all, like, the same. Like, if all the characters have the same... same basis. I didn't check the time on stage 2, I forgot, but whatever. I'm gonna go one of these stages. I'm not gonna be too concerned with the challenge stuff. That's right, he's got the Yun dive kick. I'm not, like, principally against it, I guess, but the fact that there's, like, a challenge for every level to do it damage less means that, like, every time you play a level and you take a hit, the game's gonna be like, oh, well, you fucked that up. It's, like, not a great feeling. Kind of interesting. I wonder if that's a difference between the characters that Mike, like, bounces off of. Well, the timing there was kind of weird. When he does his dive kick. Yeah, the timing keeps changing. Actually, it's funny that this game also has not nearly so far. I guess it's going to be cumulative, but I was going to say not to the degree of Cosmic Invasion, but it also has like so much of this like annoying shit coming in from the sides with these warning signs you have to wait and avoid. But it has a similar issue where there's like every 2 seconds there's a warning sign, but it can be any number of things. You don't really know if it's something you can jump over, something you should dodge, something you should attack, something you need to attack in order to progress. I find that a little strange. Well, Cosmic Invasion doesn't have auto-scroller stages, but in every stage, you know, the screen locks and you have to dodge shit that comes in from the side of the screen. That's what I was referring to. I'm trying to grab someone to get iframes. Well, there's pizza. Things that were a nuisance to deal with in the old games. Turns out they're kind of a nuisance here too. Throwing dudes into dudes feels really good. That's something you can't really do in Cosmic Invasion. Just do that. Get rid of them. It has the Rainbow Bridge, but that's kind of more like an elevator stage, as I recall it. I mean, I guess functionally, is this that different? Go with meter here. Ah, okay. Well, okay, we're still going. Close enough. But yeah, like this, having stuff like this is a bit of a palate cleanser, I think is fine. But I remember from playing this when it first came out that I felt like the vehicle levels were too long and there's like too many of them. Like they should have been a shorter segment as part of a level and not like a full level on its own. Okay. Oh, really clear where you can be. Ah! Keep like inching forward when I attack, and then he like fuck. I shouldn't say he. Fuck like moves backward. Ah! There's definitely some weird frame rate shit going on. But yeah, compared to Cosmic Invasion,
Outstanding, Rare.
so far at least, the bosses really don't overstay their welcome in the same way. Like, you can hit them and they take damage. But yeah, again, like I'm gonna assume that stage 2 was also about 5 minutes. So you have these multiple 5-minute stages, one after the other. None of them have like scene transitions or peaks and valleys in terms of intensity or tension. It's all like a completely flat line. All right, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna quit out just to see. It seems weird that this would be a thing. Well, actually, let me do this. I can disable VSync. It seems weird like that would help, but let me try to do that. I don't know how clearly this comes across on stream, but on my end, it's very noticeable that there's like strange, like stuttering. We didn't actually level up once, but if we pick him again later, we'll level up kind of immediately. Let's pick Raph. That's pretty nice, I guess. Yeah, let's go with the rice. Colors get a little variation there with the bandana. I like that the little icon changes too. Rumble in the zoo. These little interstitial, like, stage openings, I think are awesome. Right. Well, hey, I didn't lose my... Wait, do I have a special move on both? Wait, is that just... No? Okay. So you have a special move on both buttons. I don't think the how to play told us about. It's got the suplex. Oh, he's got that. Okay. I was wondering if it would do, like, multi-suplexes. Whoa! That's a weird kind of delayed reaction on that. I try to dodge. Good animation. They rolled off. Yeah, you like launch them off the suplex and that they still have like an active hitbox. Oh my god, like... Really have a good ability to like sneak in hits. Jeez. Yeah, he's got like Mikey's dive kick too. And one thing for sure, oh that's right, I kept waiting for having more meter, but I forgot that that's like a level up thing. I'm maxing out at 1.
I wish I was back home in the swamps.
The way the characters are launched when you hit them in Cosmic Invasion, like it feels like everything you do, like they're constantly just flung across the screen, bouncing off of one edge and then like flying back to the other edge of the screen. Definitely a lot more satisfying in this game. Like, I don't like it in that game because it feels like you've got no control over it and everything is still like flying way further than it should in a strange way. Yo, I didn't mean to dash. That's what I meant to do. Alright, pizza. Yes, thank you. Even that's like kind of weird. Like it's nice, but feels like a little predictable and sort of, again, adding to that flatline feel that we seem to be getting a pizza right when we need it every time. Can I hit these? I can. Nope, it doesn't work. Yeah, Raphael suplex is fun. No secrets. Kazooie's a fun setting for a level. I try to jump, Jesus. Like the fact that you can't jump during a dodge, you can't jump during the run. It's not a bad thing, but it makes it easy to like attempt a jump and you won't get a jump. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Monkey's throwing bananas. Okay, it doesn't seem like the VSync setting helped. After this level, I'll try quitting out of the game and changing my refresh rate on the monitor. Like, it doesn't make sense that that would be the cause of the problem or fixing it, but I'd rather try it than just assume that it won't help. No logical reason why this game should be struggling to perform, I feel.
You're gonna get the horn.
I feel even like with the level progression and the vehicle levels and whatever else, like this game does a better job of having like a satisfying boss lineup than Cosmic Invasion. I mean, granted, I guess there's for as many memorable turtle villains as there are. There's a lot more Marvel characters. Alright, he's dead. Yeah, if you do, like, attacking out of a dodge also makes you do that drop kick thing. I guess I'm also more of a Marvel person than a turtle person, so any particular omissions or strange choices might stand out more. But yeah, this is 4 stages in. Not a single boss has been a chore. Whereas I think Cosmic Invasion had like 1, maybe 2 fights out of all of them that wasn't a chore. However, okay, let's go get our special reward. He's back like at the beginning. Now I have to do this, okay.
Finally, my complete collection of
Oh, 50 points. So does that? Okay. Did Raphael get those points, or does everyone get points? I'm curious how that works. Let's see if we can do something about this. I vaguely recall trying this when we played Cosmic Invasion and it not helping, but I'm not sure. Okay, yeah. I guess my refresh rate is set to 60. So I guess it isn't that. But let me set it to 240 instead. Maybe that helps. I would have lowered it to 60 to see if I could fix that issue. And I guess I just never remembered to set it back. Okay, let's try. Let's hydrate, thank you. Well, we can put the game up. I guess VSync off is gonna help help more if I actually have a higher frame rate than 60. So maybe this helps.
Teenage Mutant Ninja, let's kick some shit!
I don't remember exactly how things have changed in the game. I think it might have been something like in arcade mode specifically, you don't get meter from taunting. I forget what it was exactly, but
Select your hero.
I know it was changed. But I think like even in the how to play, see, he leveled up, so he probably got those 50 points. And now we're back at 0 over here for Donnie.
Well,
But
what are we waiting for?
let's go with Brown Donnie. And we have to press the button again. Rumble in the zoo. King of the spill. Best time, okay.
King of the Spill.
At sewer stage. I guess we fell into a hole at the end of the last level. That makes sense. Oh, he's so... like, the characters actually feel different in this. Like, swapping characters, like, instantly feels pretty different.
Remember when I became a giant?
Oh, yeah, right. We collect, what's her name? Irma's diaries, I think. Like, each of the story characters that you find have their own, like, little side quest thing. But I'm trying to walk around. There we go. Interesting, like, in this game, as soon as you get hit, you can, like, roll out of hit stun, basically. Which is not a thing in Cosmic Invasion, but what you can do in that game is you can tag out of it. Let's try this. That guy's freaking out. Or taunt. Yeah, so I think, if I recall correctly, like, that's the change they made. That in arcade mode, you don't get meter from taunting. Or at least, there's some change to it, or maybe you can only do it once, or I don't know. But I'm not sure. Is it a thing? Okay, just hit it. It kind of feels, at first glance anyway, like there's more variety in the... Not so much the shape and size of the belt that we're moving on, but like there's more vertical scrolling than I remember being a thing in Cosmic Innovation. It's not like a fact or anything though, but... This is a point pizza? No, this is a power spinning thing. I make use of it. Lasts a lot longer than in the arcade games. Get these little story bits, but again, like, I appreciate the visual variety. Like, there's an insane amount of effort put into all the art for the levels, which is like kind of crazy, and I really appreciate that. But I think they kind of messed it up, honestly. Oh, that was hell. Really need to grab that. Because by, like, committing to not having screen transitions, like, they just deprive themselves of another tool that they could be using for, like, controlling the pace of the game. and it helps make all the levels feel pretty samey. Let's kill that guy. Yes, thankfully. Very hard to know if, like, who's got the priority in situations like that when you tackle, like, a tackle enemy. Yeah, there might be more pizza in there. That's right, you do have lives in this. I kind of forgot about that. I'm actually kind of curious how that works. If they get reset per level or... Oh, disgusting bugs. And we're collecting for one of the quest characters. These guys are a bit annoying to fight. But it's interesting. Another thing I remembered about this game that I wasn't very happy with was like the lack of enemy variety. But I don't know that I really feel that way now. And again,
I am the Rat King. Your trespass.
that's partially with Cosmic Invasion having like really bad variety with like all the same alien bugs on every level and everything. I remember this boss being tedious and unfun. Oh my god, I got punished. It's a good animation on the giant swing. Oh. I hit him and then he like gets knocked on his ass instantly. Kind of weird. I'm gonna have to launch this.
This isn't befitting.
But again, even like, for as unfun as those rat phases are, that's still a pretty quick and painless fight compared to most Cosmic Invasion bosses. And yeah, like the hazards, like obstacles, things, like hasn't been as pervasive in this game. That's one of the reasons why all the levels felt really samey in Cosmic Invasion. Like you fight the same enemies constantly, and the same, like the game stops to have you wait for waves of bugs flying by and everything. We had the stuff on the, you know, with the bike. Oh, I like this, that the map wraps around so you can kind of take shortcuts. That's nice. She's over here. Secret diaries. We have like one or two, I guess. And we're collecting the bugs, I guess, for Bella. Is he over here somewhere? We didn't find where he shows up on the map. I don't know. Else.
Select your hero.
Which characters?
This is April O'Neil, reporting
Let's see what
live.
colors she gets. Yeah, because she would have, of course, like some equivalent versions in some of the other shows. They, they thankfully didn't do like a blackface April or anything. I wonder if this is meant to be 2003 version. This one, I guess.
Mall meltdown.
But yeah, I think the whole map thing only serves to make the pace feel a lot worse. Because there's this, like, complete stop in momentum. Oh, there we go. There's the warning. Well, see? I guess the warning sign meant break this wall. Like the warning signs are so, I mean, maybe they're meant to be color coded, but they're not intuitive in any way. There's just a like a warning sign, and I have to guess what it's warning me of. And in this case, it was warning me that I had to punch the wall to advance. Real cool touch for like taking the picture. These guys being like armored or whatever. I'm thinking, by the way, that I probably only damage him when he's stunning himself. I probably prefer the original soundtrack. Oh, that was points, okay. There's nothing particularly wrong with this music, but it feels very, I don't know, kind of pedestrian. Like, hey, let's have one of these soundtracks. I do remember that too, the screen transition there. But it's like, it's weird because it feels like it was supposed to be like seamless, but then for whatever reason it just like fades through black. And it doesn't do, like, it feels like we're in the same area anyway. So the transition that we went through there, I don't think like gave us any of the benefits of like an actual scene transition. Well, I guess there's a pizza there anyway. Random clothing. Ah, okay, I barely reached him. I didn't kill him though. I knocked this way. Yes, nice.
This is gonna get me a major promotion. Hey guys, what's going on?
Okay, someone wants the VHS tapes. Ah. God, I keep thinking I can do a running jump, but running and jumping does the slide attack. Fucking Napoleon being useless standing over there. So, like, you have the Mausers and stuff. I do think for sure, as far as like the enemy variety, like the different breeds of foot soldiers don't particularly feel that different. My memory of it is once you get the rock soldiers, like those guys have armor or whatever, so things end up much more. Oh my god, he knocked me into the pizza. Oh, interesting. You can actually hit him then, even though he wasn't stunned. These guys are not even that tanky, which is very nice. I feel like you wouldn't put it past this game to make these guys take a million hits and like 6 phases to get through. I knock him into the disco ball? That's pretty good. But again, like, all things being relative, like, yeah, just like in the Konami games, like, the different color-coded foot soldiers do have different attacks and weapons. But they're still, like, these guys are pretty different. Like, they can sort of hurt you in their idle, which is good. There's, like, something distinctive to them. But mostly, the bugs are so boring in Cosmic Invasion that, like, even if they're not necessarily more varied, just having characters that are inherently like more fun. Like, what the heck? Character isn't special in it. Made me jump. All right, can I? The little like grid effect on their hit reactions is really cool. Okay. Okay. Did I get it? Yeah. Oh my god. Fart clouds. We wait. This again.
Eaten by turtles?
Yeah, all kind of samey, but it's still like here, waiting around to get to fight the boss. We could at least do stuff and fight Token Razar. 6:32. Like the stages are getting slightly longer.
Another missing robot piece? What a shocker.
Tubular. Alright, so he wants the tapes. But the game will let us know when we've actually completed a quest. I'm pretty sure we're collecting bugs for one of the frogs, but I guess it's the last one who's going to show up on the map. The game would let us know if it was one of... if he was already there. Alright, let's try Splinter, I guess. I think the frame thing might be fixed, because I didn't notice it once, and I'm pretty sure I would have. Because it would have annoyed me. Alright, some nice variations. Let's go with the gray Splinter here. I don't remember if I ever played as him. Roof running reptiles. Actually, the thought just occurred to me. It's pretty funny to think of a auto-scroller skateboarding level where you play a Splinter. But I'm sure that's a thing. Yeah, pretty... okay. Oh, I see. I was like, oh, he's got really good reach, but I guess... What's the game has like a bunch of attacks that I don't know about. It's apparently neutral jabbing and forward plus attack is different. Yeah, any direction you do this longer range poke. Wait, this toolbox, diaries. Probably got all of them. Ah. Okay, that guy just walked off screen. Warning. To that I could at least predict what it was warning me of, because I could see the thing. Alright, just... alright, okay, cool. Let's not worry about him. Oh, I tried to punch it. Pizza time. I forgot that I wanted to change sound effect. That's fine. I didn't think of it, but I wonder if this game gives you different score amounts. Scene transition? I don't think they're using it very well, but I'm glad that they're making a token effort. So you can't special move out of hit stun, which is interesting. You can't really like use it as a super joy. But you might be able to do it like once you level up to use the thing from the dodge, I guess. Maybe that's the idea. You can dodge out of getting hit. And then you can special out of the dodge. I don't know. I don't know why I'm struggling so much with hitting the arrows now. Alright, sword guys. Block! Of course, gotta have blocking enemies. Whoa! He grabbed, or escaped my grab. You just can't grab them, I guess. Oh, that's... Oh! Good differentiation, but... Block my attacks and my grabs. It's kind of annoying. Gotta, like, punish. I suppose is the idea. Slide seems to work good against spear guys. Yeah, I suppose I don't have a super clear idea of necessarily how every move is meant to be used. But running slide seems to do a good job of breaking guard on those guys, at least. Not those guys. Yeah, you can't really grab these guys either. Will do. Yeah, there's a lot of big and small reasons, I think, why the combat feels more engaging here than in Cosmic Invasion. Like, it's less chaotic, it's easier to sort of read what's going on. I mean, probably not true if you're 6 players, but that's, you know, that'll be true of any game. It really means you grab that. They bump into each other like in the old game. I guess it's a little bit of a shame that we're like repeating Bebop and Rocksteady. I mean, I think the game manages to justify it. Okay, that doesn't really work. Not taken care of. But then again, we had like Coke and Razor showing up in that arcade lady boss. It doesn't feel like they're cutting corners, not have to do more characters. Or like in Cosmic Invasion, I thought it was kind of weird that like they... In that game, it really felt like they did, because it's got, what, 15 levels? And there's like 4 or 5 levels where the boss character is just one of the playable characters. Because like, who is it? Like Venom is a boss. Silver Surfer is a boss. Phyla-Vell, I think, is a boss. There's a couple of them that have this, like, they wear this mask or whatever because there's, like, they're alien and bug brainwashed or whatever. So you get a couple of levels where instead of having a real boss, there's just one of the playable characters. And it feels more that way than it feels like you're earning the ability to play as the boss, in my opinion. I forget who else, but there's, like, I think most of the unlockable characters in that game you fight as a boss before you get to play them. And then there's a lot of kind of these goofy throwaway characters, which, like, it's cool, like, it's fun that Sauron, like, he's not a major villain or anything, but it's fun to see him, and it makes sense as a boss for the Savage Land. Like Beetle is such a nobody that's like kind of the joke that he's there. Could have fought Paste Pot Pete or Stiltman or whoever. Like, sure, why not? But when you don't have a lot of actual fun, cool major villains, like, it feels kind of lacking. And I don't get that feeling from this game at all. Like, it feels like everyone who you would want or expect to be here is here. Again, that's not a fair one-to-one comparison between Marvel and Ninja Turtles as, like, a setting. But relative to what they set out to do, I still think some of the more esoteric choices... I think the roster in Cosmic Invasion does a good job of balancing the fun, weird picks with the characters you would want and expect to be there, more so than they did with the bosses. Alright, so we can go claim 50 points from Irma, but let's not do that just yet. So I think it's Panic in the Sky. I think this is a vehicle level. Let's continue with Splinter for this one. We've played every character at least once anyway, so we can just kind of swap whenever we feel like it. Fuck it, let's stay with the soundtrack anyway.
Panic in the Sky!
Because these levels had like the vocal tracks, right? I guess we don't get that for better or for worse. And I will say the music is, yeah, hazard sign that shows up at the same time as the obstacle. The music is one of the things in Cosmic Invasion that I legitimately really liked and had like zero complaints with. I think they're coming up, like they're flying up with kites. That's what's happening. It's a little hard to make out. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the frame stuff seems to have been fixed, so I'm glad about that at least. Characters have different like horizontal ranges on their dive kicks. Like Splinter goes pretty far forward, whereas April's just like really vertical. We'll transition there into no change. Okay, full health pizza, can't grab it. I get the idea with the running slide is that it doesn't knock down, whereas the running tackle maybe does. I was actually unharmed up to this point. Well, I wouldn't get the boss without taking a hit anyway, I'm sure, so... Clearing stages unharmed seems like a very tedious challenge to try to grind for, especially with levels being this long. Alright, congregate a little bit. There we go, thank you. Yeah. What the? Okay, I wasn't at full health, but I just missed it, I guess. Yeah, okay, so the running attack does knock him down. The running jump does not. I mean, it's not a jump, but you press the jump button. Pacing of this is a little questionable, though. A lot of just standing there waiting for enemies to spawn. The hitbox on that dude. Oh, like... You want to move quickly horizontally and you want to jump to reach in the air, but you can't. You can only jump when walking. You can't jump from a roll or from a run. Yeah, there's definitely some elements to the combat mechanics. Okay. Skip to reach it. That I find a little questionable. But they're a lot closer to what I would find. Hey, an actual sort of transition. Nice. It's kind of cool too, by the way, that we see some of these characters introduced like in the sort of opening cutscene to the boss fight on the previous level. Compared to Cosmic Invasion, for sure, I'll have a lot fewer complaints about how the core moveset and like abilities work. He's just gonna invincibly dodge through. Like, oh my god, the depth axis here is pretty gnarly trying to make out here. Dodge, I guess. I'm gonna die, yeah. The board just disappears. But, oh, I spawned inside. I didn't even see where I was. Like, it's not as annoying as having to deal with the armor on every boss in Cosmic Invasion. But the 450. This level should have been like 151, and maybe not have boss fights. Like, yeah, I don't know. They could have trimmed this game down a lot, I think.
Down there, by the beach.
The boss fights aren't as annoying with the armor stuff in like in Cosmic Invasion. However, like, continuing to wail on a dude until his animation changes from the hit stun pose to charging up some kind of attack and then doing whatever, like, that's not fun either. It gets like pretty old. Let's do action figure Mikey with no pupils. Better question is whether anything at all in Cosmic Invasion is better than in this game. I think that's an interesting question. I think you could argue that the character differentiation is much more fundamental in that game. It's not entirely unfair to say that that only matters to the extent that any of the characters feel good and are fun to use. 75 points.
These are private.
Should have leveled him up, I think. I'm still at levels. Am I getting a different... Are these different points? What points am I even getting here? Yeah, so, like, I thought this was the points, and I'm confused. Surely I killed at least 25 enemies with my... Oh, well, maybe I have to enter a level to like, a stage to level up. I think, well... Like, the only things I could think of to say are, like, an improvement in Cosmic Invasion. You know, this isn't exhaustive, just off the top of my head. I feel like are things that either were already good in this game, so it's not, like, a fix of any issue, or things that, like, don't matter. Like I said, you know, the argument could be made that the characters are more varied in that game, but I think it's in the service of, like, it doesn't make for a better experience because it's, like... The characters... The degree to which I would want to pick one character over another because I want to do a certain thing or play a certain way, I feel like is actually kind of represented here, even if the characters all have the same moveset. And the the smaller moveset in Cosmic Invasion is a lot more annoying to deal with. So many more characters have like very strange jumping attacks, or you know, there's only like 3 of them that can grab, and the grabs mostly feel shit. Like the Thing is the only one that has like good feeling grab, and that was like a post-launch thing. I think the music in Cosmic Invasion was awesome. I don't think this remix soundtrack is particularly great. It's nothing memorable, but I don't remember the original soundtrack in this being like bad or something that needed fixing. So yeah, I can't immediately think of a lot of things. I guess, you know, the unlockable stuff, like, it's very minor things, right? But like, that's kind of neat. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that there's not a long list of improvements.
Let's get on the roller coaster, compadres.
Well, I don't know, maybe... There we go, there's the level up. It didn't even happen as soon as the level started, but maybe it was waiting for some other UI element to disappear or something.
Special delivery.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the one thing, again, like, it's a little weird to speak of it in terms of, like, improvements. Because I think the character art and animation and backgrounds, like, the art in this is impeccable. However, I do think that, like, the variety in characters... I space that. Kind of does mean that, like... I guess I rescued him from a popcorn stand or something. So interesting that slide didn't seem to work against those guys. Can I get a grab, please? What? I didn't notice that I actually did grab that guy. Like, it's a stretch to say that the animation or characters are better in that game. But it's not a crazy thing to argue for either, I guess. Legitimately don't know what I'm supposed to do against these guys. Like, I can throw enemies into them. Kinda works, I guess? I don't know. That's not me complaining about the game, mind you. It's just expressing that there is problem solving that I have yet to figure out, which is a good thing. Like, it means that you actually have to consider how to fight different enemy types. Which is an element in my memory that wasn't a big part of this game. So I'm trying to determine... Yeah. It seemed inconclusive, like, whether you could grab them, because the white sword guys, it seemed like the instant you grab them, it triggered, like, the throw escape animation. Whereas with some of those guys, it seemed like it, like there was a slight delay. See, I could grab that guy. He just broke out of it.
I should offer you some.
And I do remember, like, from playing this, like, I didn't remember this guy's pattern specifically, but I vaguely recall when I just saw this now, like, when you're at this, like, carnival stage, I remember there being enemy types that, like, oh yeah, these guys actually feel different. They have a specific pattern that I can make out. What the heck? Jesus. Doing very well here. Ah! Perfectly sniped. Oh, luckily there's a pizza on screen. I do think the rock soldier dudes have armor, which I'm sure is going to be just very annoying to deal with, but we'll see how I feel about the potential increase in variety. Oh, there's like a minigame thing here, isn't there? I'm assuming I'm not going to get anything for continuing to do that, but let's break some more stuff here. No secrets found. I think as far as both of these games, I wouldn't really, like, mediocre isn't the word I would use for it, because I think there is a lot to this game in particular that is fun and feels good. Is it going to be a boss pizza in there? No. It just sort of indulges in a few, like, console beat 'em up isms and like modern game, like anti-Steam refund type. Like, oh, the game's gotta be, you know, it can't be too short sort of aspects to it. It's hard to distinguish him like sitting on his ass versus preparing his tail swipe. Few hits there, I guess. Like, I think compared to the norm of other beat 'em ups in the past decade or so, this game is very above average in many ways, not just the quality of the art. Like, the actual feel of controlling the characters is fun. These little story bits, like the flow of the levels, the presentation of this is, like, this is excellent. This isn't just, like, pretty alright. Like, it's great. Like I said, it's held back by... oh, okay, we had to find all four of them, then they show up, I see. It's held back by this stuff, but, you know, you don't have that in arcade mode, so that's good. Let's go back to Raph.
Select your hero. So what now, fearless leader?
Let's go with this one. And the bigger thing, you know, really is just that Cosmic Invasion is very disappointing, because there's like a lot of, like, for imperfections that we might see in this game, it does demonstrate a lot of strong sensibilities, I think. Oh, I drained my super meter. Well, I guess you'd lose it when you get hit anyway. And Cosmic Invasion just, like, shows kind of just surprisingly poor judgment in making all these unforced errors and, like, introducing problems.
That sure hits the spot.
Like, I'm sure I would have found that demo kind of underwhelming on its own merits, but doubly so in light of having played this game previously. Oh yeah, okay, figured something would happen with those. Game Boy Color. I kind of, yeah, I don't like them, but I have a special request. Sure, we can do it just once. See, this kind of stuff is, like, not that fun. But see how quick that was? If this was Cosmic Invasion, there'd be, like, 8 waves of rockets. And it would happen on, like, every stage. in addition to the motorcycles and like robots and whatever else. See, we haven't get these little like kind of mid-boss characters. Like, I still think the crowds are really underwhelming. It hasn't, like, I haven't really thought about it too consciously until just now. But, like, that was one of the things I thought was terrible in Cosmic Invasion. But the game drew so much attention to it with the challenges, where there's a level where it's like, oh, all right, defeat 5 enemies with 1 use of Iron Man's super or whatever. And you spend like 70% of the level waiting for a single instance of 5 enemies being on screen at once. And it's like a puzzle where you have to pay very close attention to identify the one situation of the entire like 12-minute stage where there actually are enough enemies on screen to do that. And that game, like, very frequently puts enemies on screen where there's 2 enemies on screen, and as soon as the first one dies, a new one comes in a way that, like, felt conspicuous. Now, this game appears to do something kind of similar, but I think there's several reasons why it doesn't... it's not a problem in the same way. And a big one is just that the pace of the combat is so different. Like, in Marvel, with the tag attacks and everything, you're supremely overpowered, even, you know, far more so than here. So you would expect and want the enemy opposition to be sort of scaled to match. Like, it just feels like you're not getting the opportunity to have a fun, big brawl like you would want. Because the game just refuses to put an appropriate number of enemies on screen. And I don't know if this is a thing. I don't know if this game has like the arcade modifiers like that game does. But I remember being kind of shocked when I tried it in the arcade mode of Cosmic Innovation. And, like, there's an option that you can unlock. You know, you can change these like mutators that affect some of the game rules, and you can play like as a single player. You can choose to have normal enemy counts, 2-player enemy counts, or 4-player enemy counts, or like wave counts, or whatever they called it. Because yeah, typically in a game like this, the number of enemies scale with number of players, which makes sense because, you know, your offensive power is going to increase a lot with having more bodies on screen. So it's logic that you would have to deal with more enemies. But what really like shocked me... Oh my god, the Z-axis hitbox on that grab was insane. No pizzas in here? Nope, but I got an achievement. Fucking hell, grab. I couldn't see what was happening. Alright, is that our first death? I think so. Pretty funny that these guys like spawn 2 Mausers when they're just... Oh, there's the pizza. All right. Oh, it's the boss pizza, you know. Don't remember the Mega Mauser. I guess it's possible that they added more enemy types post-launch. Seems like a weird thing to add, but I definitely don't remember it either. But like, there's a lot that I don't remember, so we'll use our meter, right? Oh, cool! I just whipped the whole thing. Bunch of foreground items to not make you see where those things are going to land. That's a little iffy. One thing that I can't hit him fact that I get hurt by touching his protective shell is a bit silly. Oh, the fucking lock-on auto-aim is kind of crazy. Like, you snap to enemies, basically. Nice.
It's also clear to me now. The turtles are my friends. System crash. Easy peasy.
Kind of wish the bosses had more unique death animations like in the arcade game. Or these Turtles in Time. 723. They'll start getting longer. But yeah, again, the narrative presentation of this, like the flow of the story, what's happening in the build-up from level to level, like, is so much better than Cosmic Invasion. Like, the story in that game is just nothing. And, like, everything feels so detached from everything else. Let's keep going, Raph. Why not? Oh, Game Boy Color. Shit. We'll do it next level. Oh, that's nice. Actually, see, like, enemies aren't tanky either. That's nice. I couldn't quite tell if he was in hit stun or if he was preparing a big punch. I guess his face makes it clear that it's hit stun. But the way he's got his hand up behind his head made it look like preparing a big attack. Thanks for the follow. It's pretty funny. There's a lot of things where it's like, it looks like you're supposed to interact with something, and then it doesn't work, and it's like, oh, okay, an enemy was going to spawn from there in a few seconds. I like these, the death animation on this, guys. As far as the story, warning signs. In a vacuum, in isolation, I don't think you're wrong. Obviously, this is a smaller, simpler, quote-unquote story. I remember shield enemies. But I think, so, I mean, that's like part of it. They didn't have to do that, but it's not really... Like, yes, to a degree, the scope or lack thereof is conducive to a certain kind of storytelling condition, but it's more about the actual choices of narrative methods, and it's more how playing this is like, oh yeah, this is very nice, because I thought the story stuff was like, my complaint playing Cosmic Invasion wasn't that the story was worse than this game, is that it was bad. Like, for being set in a universe I care about with characters I like, I was like surprised how little I was able to care. Like, oh my god, they're like perfectly shielding each other. Super dime attack. And how, like, there was no connective tissue. Like, every level felt super disjointed, there's no reason why a certain level followed another certain level. It's like the story happened completely disconnected from what happens in the game. Like, you do a level with certain characters for whatever reason, and then there's a cutscene with 3 other characters having a conversation in a different location, and then you're playing as those guys. Like, it was just not... The part where you play the game and the part where the story happens felt like 2 completely disconnected things. And here, at the end of each level, before you go into any kind of cutscene or anything, there's like a thing, like something happens and you see how that ties into the next level. And then the next level starts and it begins with something happening that ties into what just happened previously. So, like, it's more that feels like they didn't try, really. And that's why it's like, it's refreshing, but also kind of surprising playing this and realizing, like, wow, okay, whoever was in charge of deciding how to tell the story in this game, they had their head on straight, like, because it's done very well. They could have easily had a bunch of dialogue in this, but then they chose not to.
Must go underground, my children.
Well, that's the cutscene. That's the extent of it. And that's, like, more compelling than, like, Wolverine and Rocket Raccoon quipping at each other or whatever. Like, it's just, yeah, this is so much better done. I've not played Rescue Palooza, no. It's on my hypothetical list of 4,000 million billion things to check out, but frankly not super high on that list, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I would agree with that, McCulloch. It's there's a lot that adds up to, like, it's funny because I wouldn't even say that this game, like, does an amazing job with
What are we waiting for?
like, all this does so many little things that are so great for this or that. Like, there's a number of things I could point out. Like, I think those cutscenes are really well made. I love having those little interstitial narrative bits at the beginning, and like this is great because it's like 2 seconds done, but it helps tie everything together. It's great. But at the same time, I kind of feel like yes, it's a bit of it's a flourish that would have been less than, you know, $0 in hours to implement. But to some degree, it's also like kind of the baseline expectation almost. Like, that stuff should be there. Like, this game shouldn't receive a ton of credit for doing what should be, like, kind of basic stuff. Or at least that's probably how I would have felt at the time. Maybe now we've seen more example of games failing to live up to that, at which point it feels more justified giving credit for it. I don't know. I'm trying to... I've been trying to special for like half my life bar, but I keep, like, the autocorrect lock on where attacking makes you not just move forward, but it slides you towards the closest enemy, like, sucks me into traps more often than I would quite like. I wonder if... Yeah, I'm not sure. Gonna have to deal with whatever bullshit... Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, we're gonna have to deal with this bullshit before there's a pizza, but I was wrong. Oh, there's a lot of shit happening on screen. But yeah, like I'm disappointed and a little surprised at like how, like, I think for the most part my range on that is crazy. Like, I haven't really changed my feelings on a lot of my grievances with this game. But the problems are, like, significantly smaller than Cosmic Invasion. They're recovering. So his slide actually did knock down, although, I don't know, maybe I hit him airborne or something. Fucking juggled. I just need to hit these guys from behind. Still not really sure. Oh, these guys. Armor. I have to like flip them over before I hurt them, I guess, is the idea.
Hi guys. You missed
Yeah, this is like mechanically distinct, even though I like fighting robots about as much as I like fighting bugs and aliens. Oh, speaking of bugs. New Star Wars shit coming out that's so shit makes you get a higher appreciation of the previous Star Wars stuff you already thought was shit when it came out. A little bit like that, sure. It's especially, you know, with the idea of like, man, these, to some degree at least, same people had the right idea, and then they just didn't. But it's mysterious because, like, sure, Cosmic Invasion has not done nearly as well as this game did. But I don't know if I've, like, really seen or heard a lot of... Like, in very specific, smaller circles, sure, like... But... in more generally, like... actual, like, critiques of that game, or just, you know, people expressing their unhappiness with it. I don't know, the combos look cool in trailers, and there's like good pixel art, so that's like where people's engagement with it begins and ends, maybe? I don't know what it is exactly. But I mean, I felt, I'm sure you know, McCall, like we sort of talked about this, like, not necessarily with each other, but in terms of our own respective impressions of the demo and conversations around that time, like, I was just blown away. Like, I already from trailers knew that the game was going in a direction that I was not a huge fan of, with the tagging and combos and everything, but I was still sort of stunned when I played the demo. It's like, this is just not fun. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably not the exact same people making all these creative decisions. But even so, like, I don't know, it's just like interesting how what the chain of command must look like to sort of allow for such a disparity. But yeah, I legitimately felt like it was just like stunning, noteworthy how just like unfun Cosmic Invasion was. Like, it's just like, even the stuff that feels good and it's cool that you can do. Like, it doesn't matter when there's like hardly any enemies to fight. But yeah, I haven't really like looked into the staff specifically.
You no good ninjas!
I guess it's not unusual for levels to be more of a challenge than bosses in a beat 'em up, but it's still the imbalance here feels strange. Like, a lot of these bosses, like, I'm glad that I'm not wishing for the bosses to be more tedious, but I'm still like, a lot of the fights, they're over so quickly after like a bit of a slog of a stage.
The old dome has seen better days.
Yeah, the sort of set piece spectacle, and you know, memorable set piece type thing being like so, like, yeah, it was just not good. Like that was something that really surprised me. This game doesn't have a ton of it during the levels, but it has at least, you know, some memorable enemy spawns, which, you know, there's a little bit of that in Cosmic Invasion, but not, you know, nothing like, you know, the foot soldiers coming with their whole burger meal trays and stuff like that, which is like, you know, it elicits a reaction. It's funny. You have like sentinels coming out of doorways or something, and that's kind of cool, but, you know, it's pretty basic stuff. But here, literally just the concept of having these little moments at the beginning and end of every stage, showing what happens with the, like, introducing the bosses, like, sort of setting up for the next level, like, that's like 100 times anything that happens in Cosmic Invasion. And it goes to show like how far that carries it, because it makes it feel like there's an exciting propulsion of like storytelling when there isn't that much to it. Like, it is a flourish, and it's like, it's not something to be taken for granted, because having a little bit of this at the beginning and end of all like 15 stages or however many there are, like, that's not nothing. That's a significant amount of work to add, but it's worth it. Like, it has a solid effect on the overall impression of the game. I think the progression and flow of stages and them all being like very similar in length, that there's no proper screen transition, like, I think the pacing and tempo within each level is still like below average. Like, that's a part of these games that I think is definitely pretty mediocre. And they can kind of coast on pressing buttons feeling really good and the art being really nice. But for sure, that is something that I think, comparing this to like Streets of Rage 4 or Final Vendetta or Fight and Rage, like, it makes the game playing part a lot more engaging in some of those games. But this game at least doesn't feel... It's overly long maybe, but Cosmic Invasion like felt tedious in a way that this doesn't really.
Turtles, let's get our shells and gear.
But yeah, like the fact, like, it felt extremely... Let's find the codes and level up Leo, I guess. I didn't mean to fucking do that. Didn't realize this was... I just saw the toads on the map. There we go. That's what I meant to do.
That was mighty thoughtful of you. Thanks.
Time to, like, find the level again. But yeah, it was just really crazy to me how, like, you spend so much of the time in Cosmic Invasion literally just like waiting for enemies to show up, and it's like, it felt like they were sort of trying to hide it, because, you know, in old console games, obviously when you're limited to X number of characters on screen. Like, it's a hard limit on sprites and rendering and stuff. So the game would have to wait. Well, I like this darker shell in this costume. The lock-on feels a little strange. You know, you would have to erase characters from the screen before you can put more of them on the screen. But in Cosmic Invasion, that's not the reason for doing it, and they don't have that limitation. So the instant you land the killing blow on an enemy, it's like triggers the next spawn. Like, you kind of see that same thing here, right? That guy showed up as soon as, like, when they get the darker tint, that's when they're dead, right? So the game doesn't wait. It's actually not quite as aggressive here, but it's a similar thing. Like, you know, they don't have to wait for the character to leave the screen. So with a slight delay after they're dead, like, you could keep them juggled forever, hypothetically, but they'll spawn the next enemy. And that, to me, feels not worse, but it's, like, in its own way, a little insulting. Because it feels like they're trying to hide. You know, like, you see that in some of the more kind of higher quality Super Nintendo beat-em-ups. Like, maybe the Turtles, like Turtles in Time or Final Fight 3 or something, where, yeah, they're forced to kind of... They can't put too many enemies on screen at once, but they try to stagger enemy spawns naturally so that it doesn't feel fully like you're just, you know, depleting the supply of enemies and they can only spawn so many at a time. And for a game to not have those kind of limitations, still feeling like they're applying the same techniques to sort of obfuscate the limitation, like, it's a strange feeling. But it also means, of course, that it's like 100% deliberate. They could have spawned that enemy at any time, but they chose to not spawn them. Like, it's probably something I would not have paid too much attention to when I first played this. Wrong button. But it was so noteworthy in... I hit up here. Uh-huh. Pizza! I'll take that. It was so noteworthy in Cosmic Invasion that I kind of came around to thinking more about it in this game. But here, you know, we got... crowds like these, like, barely ever happen in Cosmic Invasion. And it's not like that's like a big crowd we just had to deal with, you know? But even then, again, like, the literal exact same size crowd is gonna feel way less overwhelming in that game just because of your abilities. Yikes, those are some pretty giant foreground elements. I'm not a huge fan of how, art is special. Any of the non-foot soldier enemies you cannot grab. Kind of makes them less fun to fight, just because you have, like, fewer options. It's not an unreasonable, like, distinction and way to vary enemy types. But it's always a little bit of an issue. You know, it's just in general with enemies that block or do other, like, annoying things that... Sure, it can technically be good design and, like... Okay, I guess the piece that's still on screen. Like, just because it adds variety doesn't mean that it's not a fucking obnoxious nuisance. Yeah, the way you deal damage to bosses feels... feels a little peculiar. But yeah, I was gonna say, we saw, what's his name? Chrome Dome? It's like the actual boss, right? So... But even that, like, an actual full-on boss fight, mid-boss... to the elevator scene. Like, again, I don't think the pacing was, like, super well handled. Like, I appreciate the token attempt at mixing things up. See, these traps... they were annoying in the old games, and they're annoying here, too. But at least, you know, there's something to attempt giving some flavor. Well, that's interesting. There's two of them. But I think for sure there's like something to be said for just like looking at actual Final Fight and other Capcom arcade games and just studying. And I haven't even actually properly studied it myself, to be honest, but beyond, you know, just intuitive experiences. But like, okay, so that doesn't work. But the way like enemy waves and spawns are staggered, and like in Final Fight, there's a lot of places where like the game doesn't typically stop scrolling to spawn enemies. Like most enemy how did these... I tried to jump and I couldn't make it, so then I walk off the ledge. Where am I supposed to go? What the f... That was extremely fucking confusing, and I still don't understand. Oh, whatever. That was a well-timed pizza, at least. But yeah, like in Final Fight, in fact, like... a good strategy for multiple parts in the game is to use your backwards jump to scroll the screen more quickly to literally despawn enemies. Because the enemies spawn like irrespective of the scrolling. Like the scrolling, you have control over the scrolling, and the enemies are going to spawn there. And if you scroll past a certain point, the enemies won't follow you. So there's no, like, the game doesn't stop and force you to kill every enemy under all circumstances. In a lot of the cases, you can keep pushing the screen. Like, you have a choice of how far you push the screen forward and how many enemies you bring with you doing so. And I feel like that's an element that's completely lacking in so many, like, newer beat-em-ups. It's like they didn't consider the possibility of... Alright, that doesn't affect his shield. And it's such a core, like... I feel like playing any number of those beat-em-ups, however briefly... keep getting the wrong strokes. I hit diagonally. That's a lot of damage. Of course, not enough. But hey, this fight feels pretty different. That's cool. Oh yeah, this color palette is, he's just got some face paint. $8.50. Yeah, the levels are getting longer in a bad way. But I feel like overall levels are shorter. And this is not really me having a sense of it feeling a certain way. It's more of a vague recollection of the actual numbers. I feel like by the time you get this far into Cosmic Invasions, the levels are like 15 minutes long. But I could be misremembering. That sounds good, Mr. Fu. Yeah, I know that they made some changes to the boss fights to make them less obnoxious. That's some, like, I just remember reading that. What's my take on Konami? they've done a lot of good stuff. I wouldn't say that they're among my favorite developers as such. I mean, I hold them in very high regard in a lot of ways, but there's few games or series that they've put out that are among my absolute personal favorites. And I think arcade games were not their strong suit. Like, when I think of the stuff that they've put out that I'm the most interested in, not much of it is in the arcade realm. And I feel like at the time of like late 80s, early to mid 90s, a lot of the arcade stuff that they did was definitely kind of second rate to companies like Sega or Capcom. As far as the beat 'em ups go specifically, I don't like the feel of the arcade beat 'em ups from Konami, with the exception of Violent Storm, because it doesn't feel like a Capcom or a Konami game. It feels like a Capcom game. And Crime Fighters 2, aka Vendetta, also has a pretty cool feel to it. It's very chunky, and it's like a evolved, not an evolved form of Double Dragon, but it's an interesting kind of middle ground between a Double Dragon like and a Final Fight like. They've put out good arcade games for sure. Metamorphic Force I haven't really played, so I don't have a lot of opinions on it. I just think, like, very broadly speaking, throughout, like, if you look at things like the Contra games and Castlevania and those, at least earlier beat 'em ups, comparing a lot of those to either like how much better some of those games were on console, or how much better games you saw from other developers. Like, I'm not saying they're bad, but I think you could compare that to, you know, Capcom's output around the similar time frame, and for me, it wouldn't be a struggle to pick my favorite of the two. That's all, really. But also, again, like what I said still holds true in the sense that those games are cool, but through I mean, lack of exposure and lack of real experience and spending time with them is a big part of it too. But I wouldn't list any of those games you mentioned, Macaw, as like favorites personally. Mystic Warriors I think is really cool. I mean, it kind of goes for all of them. I think they're all cool games, but I haven't played them a ton. But Gaiopolis, I think, is at least fair to mention as like an impressive spectacle and artistic. Like, it looks really polished and sick. I mean, not that TMNT or X-Men looked bad or anything, but they weren't on Capcom's level, I think. My personal take, anyway. But I mean, Capcom's, like, they were absolute industry leaders. Sure you like Violent Storm way more than D&D games or Powered Gear? Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, I haven't played a lot of them all that much. But I do like Violent Storm, like, for sure. Like, even in my limited experience with it, it's the only game that comes close to it that I would like have any shot of competing with it in terms of Konami arcade beat 'em ups that I like is Crime Fighters 2. But yeah, I'm just I'm not trying to put down Konami as like not a high tier developer. I'm just saying that compared to the uppermost god tier echelon of arcade games, Konami is, to me, not really part of that specific conversation. But really what I was getting at is more the fact that, like, of all this stuff that Konami has done that I do really like, most of it's console games and it's not arcade games. Like, some of the Castlevania games are excellent. I mean, the Metal Gear, the early ones are computer games even. Like the stuff that they put out in the PS1 and PS2 era, like the Goemon stuff, like there's a lot of great Konami games. And like, the thing is, if you boot up a Konami arcade game, I feel like it's a bit of a like crapshoot what kind of experience you're gonna have. Whereas if you boot up a Konami console game, like, it's a much more surefire bet that it's gonna be a high quality game. And I don't think that's necessarily true of Well, depending on which era, I guess. I was going to say of a company like Capcom. They eventually became a mega super powerhouse in console games too, of course, but early on they were much more of a thoroughly like arcade company. So that's kind of what I was getting at, like in terms of arcade developers specifically. Konami has such a strong presence in other realms that I don't think of them as like a top tier arcade company. That's not to say that they're a Sun A or anything, but they're not a Capcom either. We want to trade in some. I can't be fucking bothered traveling all the way back to Vern, whatever his name was. Oh, one of these, huh? Like, immediately started reading chat because this is like so disengaging. This has like already gone on for too long. Are we done? Wait. For a second, I was like, what if we just land here and the stage continues as a normal stage? And okay, that transition was kind of whatever, but they actually, I can't believe they did it. Actually had a proper stage transition, and the vehicle nonsense was actually just a quick little palate cleanser. I don't think there's a single segment in the entirety of Cosmic Invasion that lasts that short. Granted, I didn't think that there was one in this game either. Exactly know what's going on with the music here, but... lurking in the background. Oh, I got pizza monsters. It is kind of weird how, like... feels like there's some enemy types that, like, show up for, like, one stage. Like, that's the thing about the enemy variety that I think both this and Cosmic Invasion really fumbles. Whether they have varieties of enemies or not, like, they don't use them to put together interesting constellations of enemies to, like, create encounters where different enemy types intersect and overlap in, like, interesting, challenging ways. Like, for the most part, whenever you see, there's always, like, these waves of the same enemy. And then you have the little pizza alien phase. Like, we don't really get to see, like, what is it like to fight two white sword guys with a bunch of these purple guys, or what about the red and blue together? I'm not saying that doesn't ever happen, but clearly they don't, like, that's not how they build out the encounters, like, using that concept of, like, treating every enemy type as a chess piece. Like, there's always 2 or 3 of the same kind, and then 2 or 3 of a different kind shows up, and then we have to kill 1 or 2 enemies at a time, and then the next enemy type shows up. Like, that's just such a basic idea that it, like, again, it feels like they're kind of aping something we saw in old console beat-em-ups for technical reasons and limitations, and they're just adopting it as a deliberate design choice. And I do know that the arcade games, the Turtles games, did have a bit of that too. So it's not purely born from console limitations for sure. But it doesn't really make a big difference. Like, it still makes for unexciting, samey encounters. And it's kind of baffling to me that they would do that when it's so, like you play one credit of Final Fight and it's like just tangible what that does for the game of like having these different groups of enemies and how the same relatively small amount of enemies, like, I mean, there's probably fewer enemy types in Final Fight than this game. Do I hit this? Do I do something? Oh, there we go. But it doesn't feel that way because encounters don't feel varied. Because I don't have, like, conscious thought. Like, there's a few enemy types in this that I have had to, and I have managed to develop a sense of, like, how I should be fighting them, and I'm, like, cognizant of what their pattern is. To the point of, like, oh, okay, I gotta do this, I gotta be careful to do this, or avoid this, or whatever. And that's, like, step one. But that is then never challenged by putting me, or barely ever at least challenged, by putting me in a spot where I have to apply that strategy to an enemy while I'm dealing with another enemy that forces me into a certain pattern or behavior or what have you. Oh, that was complete waste. And that's like the core of like beat 'em up combat design, I feel like, post Final Fight. Okay, this seems simple enough. Oh, shit. Okay, I was not ready for that. Alright, you can play that game.
I've been trashed. Oh.
Yeah, like Final Vendetta, I think, even if I wouldn't have been able to articulate it or put it in those terms at the time, I haven't played that in a long time either, but again, like, I would maybe not have phrased it that way about this game either, but now it's very clear to me that, like, the enemy composition in the encounters is, like, uninteresting. And I think they probably did a much better job with that in Final Vendetta, because I don't, like, that game was fun to me and more compelling. So yeah, I think for sure, like, having demonstrated clearly how sort of ineptly that particular aspect has been handled in this game as well as Cosmic Invasion, I think that's an area where He-Man can really shine if they do a good job with it. Because I think even Absalom had sort of similar problems in the sense that, like, I don't know. I feel like I can't think of very many modern beat-em-up examples that actually apply the sort of Final Fight formula of there's like, what, 7 enemy types or something? And the last enemy to be introduced is Andore, and he is introduced in the first section of Stage 2, and that's like maybe 2.5 minutes into the game, something like that, you know? The first stage of Final Fight is not as insanely short as the first stage in Punisher, which is like 90 seconds or something, but it's probably like 2 or 3 minutes. And Andre shows up like halfway towards the end maybe of the first section of Stage 2, and at that point every single piece of the puzzle has been introduced. You might argue that there's traps and stuff later to come, but as far as enemies go, every enemy has been introduced, and yet nothing about that game feels repetitive, because like every encounter, like every conceivable combination of enemies, like show up in different permutations with some variations to where and how they spawn, what other obstacles are on screen, the shape and size of the belt, whether there's scroll lock or foreground obstacles, etc. And like it's such a masterclass, like, in that, and it's just, I don't know, it's one of those things where to a degree I can see why you might not even notice it, because it feels so obvious, like it feels so, it's so natural the way it's done. But I think with modern developers, I feel like there's no real excuse to not do that, or at least, you know, if you're doing it a different way, you better have a good excuse or a good alternative to it, which I don't think, like, this game doesn't make a good case for that. Certainly Marvel Cosmic Invasion doesn't. But like here in this game, for example, you know, we have the dinosaurs, we have the stone guys, there's like the Mauser, the big Mausers and the Mauser bots. Have there been any other, like, I'm sure there's like some enemy type I'm forgetting. Yeah, the pizza monsters. Maybe that's not all of them, but that's at least like 5 enemy types. And those like never show up interacting with each other. And to be fair, like maybe they're not, some of them are kind of overlapping in functionality maybe, but you know, when the black foot soldiers show up, there's usually something else on screen, but we never fought, I don't know if we've ever fought more than 2 kinds of foot soldiers at once. Usually it's only one, but sometimes there's like purple ones and different colored ones. But the game could easily put a crowd of like 5 different colors, and like how exciting it would be to try to, like, it might be chaos, it might be difficult, but it would be an interesting challenge. The thing is, again, like I said, some enemy types here does force me to like, okay, I can't purely walk up to them and just mash buttons completely mindlessly like I can with the purple foot soldiers. I keep almost calling them stormtroopers. Okay, the guys with the spears, I want to do a sliding kick to slide under their spear and hit them. The black dudes, they jump backwards, so I dodge and chase them. But there's very little of, okay, I want to slide tackle these spear guys, but because of the presence of pizza monsters or black foot soldiers or whatever else, I now have to consider that, and if I apply my previously successful strategy, there's going to be complications. Whereas, you know, Final Fight is also a lot more subtle in a way, because it doesn't have, like Streets of Rage 4, for better or for worse, have a lot of enemies that like have a very, they have like one thing that they do, and then you have like one thing that counteracts that. A very basic example is Garnet, the female character who does like the drop kick. They will do like a lock-on drop kick, and you can neutral jump to dodge it, and then you can punish it. And they're very predictable in that, like, that's what they do, so you can sort of wait for that and react to it. I thought, I've kind of come around on it, but, or whatever the opposite of come around on it, soured on it. What I liked about the enemy design in that game is that because they are so clear in their patterns and like their single-minded behaviors, your specific answers to them are kind of easier to figure out. Like, it's more concrete and more specific. It's less abstract. Whereas in Final Fight, it is a bit more abstract. You don't have like, oh, this move is good against this character. It's more like, because of their positioning, you can't deal with this. Like, Elgato has an insane range with his knife stabs, so you can't just like walk straight towards them. You gotta be wary of their slide. They can attack from unexpected ranges or positions while you're dealing with something else, etc., etc. But you very much have different ways. Like, basically every enemy type in Final Fight is, in isolation, if you're fighting one of them, not that much of a threat. Even Underate, who's like big and dangerous, like you can bully him on his wake up and it's pretty easy to deal with. Elgato is like probably the worst enemy to deal with, but even he is like not too bad in isolation. But as soon as you put like one Bread or Simons and you have to fight Elgato, like it's a completely different equation. And part of that is because you don't have any get out of jail free cards other than your Super Joy. You don't have any invincible dodges or dashes that you can just get you out of trouble. And that is something that a lot of modern beat 'em ups are plagued with. Like your mobility and your ability to just evade danger and put yourself out of a bad situation is like extremely powerful. Like, you just have infinite access to that kind of thing in a lot of cases. Or like in Absalom, where you have an incredible dodge that is also a parry that also gives you meter and opens up for combos, blah 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 blah. And it's frustrating to me that it's so rare for beat 'em ups, like on both counts, like both trying to have this like interesting combination of enemies that you fight in different ways, but also again, to kind of meet expectations of people who play other types of games, where like if you can't run and dash and jump and dodge and roll and parry and block and do all these like defensive things, people feel like this should just be part of my kit with no consideration for what it actually does for the design as a whole. And being more limited in your set of ability just means that you have to put more care into how you use the abilities you have. And I think this is still very freeform, this game. It's nothing like Final Fight, but compared to Cosmic Invasion, it is closer to the Final Fight end of the spectrum, because you don't have the same insane freedom of like stringing together all these different moves and tag attacks to juggle and whatever, such that you'd never need to care about the capabilities of the actual opponents you're fighting. But even so, like the lacking dynamics of the way different enemy types interact with each other, I think is certainly a blemish on both these games. Anyway, episode 15.
Outworld Strangeoids.
We're going to fucking Outworld?
Back at you, creeps.
Like, once you kind of notice it, I feel like it's like bothersome. Like, we get actual sort of enemy crowds here, at least. That's something. And I love the fact that enemies are actually, like, this game actually has popcorn enemies. They go down quickly. Like, this guy showing up back again. Like, I wouldn't want to fight this guy on every stage. But they're not a fully one and done. I think for these, like, bigger dudes, like, there's a pretty good balance of that. But things that could more conceivably be thought of as regular enemies. I would have loved to see a greater variety. So you notice there, by the way, that we had the two pink guys, and as soon as they were eliminated, that's when we got the different colors. I don't even know what the orange guys do, but... So we get the return of a bunch of these, like, elite enemy types. You can't have more than two. It's like, it's funny. It's like, feels like there's a hard limit of 2 enemy types at once. That was something that I know Aprium did as well that I found was really weird. That, like, despite being an extremely technically impressive game and, like, putting a lot of characters on screen, and on a few occasions, like, putting bigger crowds of different enemy types, for most of that game, they put, like, 6 of the same enemy. I just think it's a strange approach. Oh, I don't know why I couldn't land to the left there. Yeah, I saw the survival mode was on the main menu, and I didn't recognize it. I figured that was something they added later. I didn't mean to jump there. I was trying to grab him. So just do that. Kill one guy, doors open. Trying to... Okay. Was it gonna notice or pay attention to the whole enemy life thing? It's kind of conspicuous, but I'm curious. I don't know, again, if this game has the arcade modifier stuff. See, like, this is as close as we get. Like the end game gauntlet level with all the enemy types, but they still one at a time. And once we kill all of one enemy type, that's when they can spawn in the next one. I'm sorry, you can't dodge vertically. Whoops. Of course, the traps don't trigger for those guys. Like, well, never mind. Spoke too soon. It's a little weird that I can walk this far off screen. Another thing I found really weird, I remember from the playtest I did of Lady Death, of like enemies who kept like backing off and being weirdly non-aggressive, which kind of happened there with the stone guy. I don't know, like this just feels like a little strange sort of greatest hits little sampler platter. Ah, I was trying to be special there. Oh, that's right, I have the special dive kick now. I like you hit these guys out of the air and then they land on their feet and get stunned so you can actually fight them. For being that kind of enemy, the pizza monsters are actually impressively unannoying to fight. I'm actually curious to take a look at the survival mode after this. See if it feels genuinely different. Like, they will add the various robot enemies, like the Mousers and stuff, to kind of mix up encounters just a little bit. That's about the extent of it. Like, you'll have scenes like this where it's all Mousers, but they often show up alongside other enemies. Can I grab? Probably shouldn't waste this on these guys, but oh well. I mean, at least we're getting like pretty decent sized crowds, even if it's like a set piece thing. Happens like twice. I think it's pretty fun. They're using the boss theme from the original arcade game. For the Prang theme. Yeah. Oh my god. Ah! That doesn't do anything. Do I have... Yeah, I can't hit the upper body, I guess. Give me that pizza. It's a little obnoxious, but still pretty interesting boss fight, I think. Again, even the most obnoxious fight in this game, at least at this point, with the current patch status, doesn't even begin to enter the same area code of obnoxious as the average Cosmic Invasion boss fight. Got him.
I have a surprise for you. I will show you how a true ninja fights.
Gorilla arm shredder. I'm also surprised at the number of stages in this game. I know that there would be like a lot, but I didn't remember it being like when Cosmic Invasion had 15 or whatever. In my memory, that was more than this game. But I guess that's not the case. because this is stage 15. But I think the final boss in this is like just the final boss. There's not a full level after this. But we'll see if I remember that correctly or not. Yeah, I feel like they definitely haven't quite figured out how to make boss fights that are like in this game again, like they're not fully armored. They still kind of be quite annoying. There we go. Well, I don't really know or care too much about, like, I mean, I think in the context of getting a broad understanding of how something has been received, like, review aggregates can have, like, they can help tell you some of that story, but they're not, I don't know. I don't think anyone should look at those numbers to help inform their opinion on how good a game is. Because ultimately, how much you enjoy something is going to be very subjective and based on whatever other do this and help max level out.
You got all the shards way out.
So at best, it'll tell you how well does something align with not only sort of general tastes at that particular moment in time, but any number of reasons. Like, people are going to enjoy this because it's Turtles. You know, and that's not an incorrect assessment of the game. And I would also be very hesitant to say that Scott Pilgrim has a 74% rating, therefore it's trash and it's awful. Like, I mean, I know that 7 out of 10 is bad for some people. But I think, like, it's just a, you know, there's always a certain, like, production value and marketing budget will have an impact on how something is received. Like, that's always the case. Something, you know, that's not to say that an IP or a famous brand or a developer name is guaranteed to, like, equal a certain review score. But people are going to approach something with a totally different set of expectations. And, you know, coming to something wanting to enjoy it versus coming to it with skepticism. You know, you have self-selection with who bothers reviewing something or not. Like, there's a lot of factors that go into it. I wouldn't put so much emphasis and importance on those numbers. I don't think they matter much. I think it's much more interesting to look at, like, what's the, I mean, the numbers are numbers, they're data, they're something you can look at, sure. They're not as anecdotal, but I think for me, what compels me and makes me curious about something, I guess, is like Cosmic Invasion, and just looking at individual or aggregate, if you want to, like Steam reviews or something. Like, I play that game, and it's like so self-evidently boring that, like, okay, obviously a lot of people like this game, but what is it about it that they like? Because I try to play it and it's just not fun. I don't think people are lying when they're reviewing it, and you know, when people like it, they like it. But obviously, we are looking for different things.
About time. My tapes are priceless.
And valuing different aspects of the game. Now, the thing is, I do think that a lot of, like, the thing is, for sure, obviously, again, name recognition and everything, there's a lot of people who enjoyed Cosmic Invasions, who could enjoy Final Fight, who could enjoy Fight and Rage, who could enjoy Final Vendetta, or whatever. But they aren't, you know, and they maybe wouldn't enjoy it on their first contact with it, but they could be informed and taught and instructed and, you know, get to the point of really getting it and enjoying it. For me, it's absolutely not like a gatekeeping elitist thing of like all these scrubs or such idiots. I think genuinely the concept of approaching a game with, you know, that sort of arcade mindset is just very foreign to people, and they're not going to intuitively approach a game like that, which means they're not going to ask for a game to be that way. Like a lot of it, like I said before, it's not even a matter of ignorance. I think it's illiteracy in a specific design, you know, paradigm and a game genre. And people, I mean, to put it a bit bluntly, a lot of modern beat 'em ups, much like certain old ones too, are made by people who don't really get arcade beat 'em ups for people who also don't really get arcade beat 'em ups. So on both sides, they can be in agreement about what they want because they want something else than what I want. I mean, I think for sure a lot of people, I mean, that's not like, you don't have to look very far to see people basically saying beat 'em ups are brainless, stupid, button mashing games where you play the game, you turn off your brain, you don't give a shit, and that can be fun sometimes. And this game managed to entertain me and my 3 friends for 2 hours. Therefore, it has fulfilled all of its obligations. Also, I liked Ninja Turtles as a child. The game is good. And I don't think that's an invalid experience. It's not an invalid approach. But I think it's a low bar to aim for. It's kind of like when people say that such and such game is fun in co-op. And I think that is such a meaningless statement, because everything is fun. Like if you're enjoying the company of a friend, like, and you're having fun, that says more about your friendship than the thing you're doing. Like you could be doing something extremely boring, like you could be working and doing manual labor, breaking fucking rocks in a quarry, and still enjoy your time with a friend. That doesn't mean that like breaking rocks is a great co-op game. And I think people approach a lot of these games with the mindset that there isn't anything to them, they're very shallow, they're stupid and bad, so they don't have to live up to anything. It's like, what did you expect? Shakespeare as a, you know, defense of the bad movie or whatever it is? Like, and I think there's this like awkward sort of Ouroboros of people being kind of getting into this genre of game by playing games that are ostensibly designed to fulfill, like to satisfy people who come to them looking for that sort of experience. And then, I don't know, I guess you get people making these games having been a person who liked these games on that premise. So they like, quote unquote, grew up playing bad beat 'em ups and think that's what the genre is, and they like them, and there are people out there who like them or say that they like them anyway, and in the case of this game, show up in enough numbers buying them to substantiate that. I'm sure I brought this up before, but it's reminiscent to me of like trying to make sense of forum discussions on Mortal Kombat Online in like the 2000s, of, you know, whenever someone would approach a discussion with the idea of like, hey, maybe these games should have game mechanics that aren't dog shit. Like, you could look at something like Tekken and like, hey, this game has frame data. Hey, this game has some thought behind how these interactions work. Maybe Midway should try to have some game design in the next Mortal Kombat, and you'd have like super vocal people who got extremely upset and saying like, oh, fuck Tekken, Mortal Kombat's fun. Tekken's not fun. Mortal Kombat's fun, then they shouldn't put any of that shit in my game. And it's like, I mean, fair enough, you enjoy what you enjoy, that's cool. But those kinds of conversations, which happened every now and then, gave me the very distinct impression, which, by the way, I think has been validated with time, that if they put a little bit of Tekken, if they put a little bit of game design, if they put a little bit of common sense into the design of Mortal Kombat, those people who wanted fun and not Tekken they couldn't articulate what it was about the design that they thought was good anyway, because they were kind of ignorant of it. They didn't care. It didn't matter to them. That you could have put that stuff in the game, and they would have been none the wiser, and they would still like it. And I feel that the same is probably true for a game like this, where you could mix up the enemy compositions a little bit. You could put some good beat-em-up design in a game like this, and it wouldn't lose any of its appeal that it already has to the audience that likes it. But they wouldn't know to ask for it because it's all like unfamiliar to them. So that's kind of my take on that whole thing, I guess. What's up, Fishy Ash? Happy Saturday. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem, as I see it, with the whole like quarter munching, button masher, brainless, whatever, is that people have uninformed opinions about a lot of things, right? That's nothing new. But I think arcade games broadly, not just beat 'em ups, but arcade games are in an unfortunate position of that sort of narrative being kind of the pervasive view of these things, even among people that you would think should know better. Like, you will have morons with all kinds of really stupid takes on film or whatever, but you wouldn't find those views commonly held by like actual professional film critics. Whereas I feel, I mean, we don't really have a lot of equivalents to actual film critics within video games, but even so, like, whatever closest equivalent you can think of, people, like, not just, I don't mean like, oh, this person works for a publication writing reviews, therefore that's the closest to a film critic, but like, even though that may be true to some extent too, of like repeating uninformed views on arcade games. But what I struggle with the most is like, you can have people who are super into a certain kind of game, not so much into other kinds of games, and still recognize that they have areas of expertise, you know, focused on one area, and they will maybe not feel so confident in putting their views out on, you know, racing sims or 4X games or strategy RPGs or Dwarf Fortress or whatever like niche genre of game that they're not an expert on. But it seems to me sort of unfortunately unusual for people to acknowledge that arcade games and arcade game design is a niche that has its own design language, its own traditions, its own culture, its own fans, that individual is just not privy to, that they just don't really know. People seem disproportionately confident in declaring arcade games as being brainless button mashers. And if people were more accepting to the fact that they don't understand or don't have much experience with arcade games to judge like how a game performs as an arcade game, I feel like we as a society would be in a better place. And with beat 'em ups as an example, not perhaps uniquely, but like, that's where I find this issue really compounds when like developers and publishers and consumers and reviewers all seem to, like, I feel like I'm going insane when like all these other groups of people all seem to agree on a certain set of standards and values that like barely overlap with mine in terms of what you want in a game like this. Anyway, let's go fight Shredder. Kind of strange audio balancing on that, but whatever. Kind of funny. This actually kind of looks like the final stage in Cosmic Invasion. Statue of Terran, that's pretty good. Thanks for the follow. See, we didn't... There's no sick boss like this. Even the Master Mold Like, there's technically a Master Mold boss fight and I was gonna say Colossus. What's his name? Galactus. But neither of them is like anywhere close to this cool. Come on, I can't throw enemies at... That's nonsense. What am I waiting for? Okay, Z-axis is a little mysterious there. Okay, it just doesn't hit. It's a little mysterious how there's like... Keep thinking you can dodge vertically. Lost a life, that's okay. Oh my god, 3 colored ninjas at once? Holy crap. Yeah, that's my super backflip attack. Please let me do this in this cycle. There we go. I feel like they could have had more things like this over the course of the game. A level that's like just a boss. Or like something to make the levels feel like they have a different type of flow. Yeah, the final level... See, this little intro, there's like nothing sick like this in Cosmic Invasion either. The climax of that game is like bafflingly nothing.
Give it up, Shredder. It's over.
And like, yeah, having that little level... Yeah, I remember this. It's just... is very weird. Like, it doesn't add anything for sure. I do remember thinking this boss is also a bit underwhelming, that it's a lot of... Like, most of it is just waiting around. It's a very bad spot. Dodging weird projectiles. I'm not supposed to hit him, am I? Okay. Oh my god! Oh, then I missed the whole cycle and I have to wait. Like, he looks sick, but... Okay, cool. That's nice. I guess he stays... Because I didn't get to punish him and hit him. He doesn't do his full pattern. Very strange, I feel like, in this game. A little intuitive, like... The dodge roll is, like, super powerful. You can run fast, you have good mobility, but there's, like, surprisingly limited in some cases. Like, jumping being kind of weird. I taunt? Oh. Oh, I guess that sort of worked, but... Barely hit him. Now we have to wait again. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, that was very generous.
No! My revenge? Impossible.
Like, that's a pretty lame boss fight. But not merely, like, not the same universe of lame as Annihilus.
Looks like another victory for the forces of good.
Let's see if I missed anything important in chat. Yeah, this game has, like, leveling up in the story mode that doesn't really amount to much. Like, I don't think it's good. It makes the game worse, but it doesn't impede it so much that it's, like, a huge deal. But I think for sure, like, I wanted to play the story mode because I wanted to have a more direct comparison to the story mode in MCI. But I think arcade mode for sure, like, makes the game better. And unlike some games, like, it doesn't have to my memory anyway, a bunch of super messed up weird shit that makes the arcade game worse. Like Karate Kid that has a quote-unquote arcade mode, but it's literally the exact same thing as story mode, except you don't get any XP. So you have to level up your character in story mode first. Like, it's really stupid. I think you're reading a lot of things into things. Like, there's so many people involved in making decisions. There's so many factors that comes into execution that I really don't want to make assumptions about the emotional investment of any one individual, much less an entire group of people involved with creating something. I'm thinking, looking at this, like, did the MCI have an ending? I don't even remember. Like, I think I just, like, fully just blacked out anytime there was, like, story stuff. Is this, like, an actual, like, individual character ending? I don't know what story they could put in character endings in a game like this, but that screen seemed specific to the character I was using. Cool. I certainly don't recall that being a thing in Cosmic Invasion. See, as tiny of a thing as that is, like, it would still give you some incentive to replay it with different characters. Yeah, it's you know, interesting if expected. That basically, I feel pretty similar to this. Like, my impression of this game is not that different from when I first played it, but some of the circumstances around it, the current state of games, my experience with other games, what I've been playing recently, my perception and what's the word? Sensitivity maybe to certain things, like my ability to notice things, or in some cases being bothered by certain things, is probably a little bit different from when I played this last. But yeah, I mean, there's no doubt whatsoever, like, that between this and Cosmic Invasion, like, I wouldn't hesitate for a split second to recommend this over MCI. Like, I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily recommend this with my, you know, with the entirety of my being. I have a lot of qualms with this game, but it's fun and it's, like, it's good. Cosmic Invasion, I feel like I have to wrap it into far more layers of disclaimers and caveats to be able to arrive at like a positive sentiment towards that game. Like, the characters are cool and the art's good and I love the music, but, like, anything that actually matters, I feel like it's like, yeah, you know, it's a kind of a boring slog. The levels are tedious. The bosses are terrible. Like, yeah, it's just flat out a worse experience than this on almost every level. Do you think there are many games in the beat-em-up era started with Streets of Rage 4 that dwarf this? See, that's the other thing, right? Like, if you were to rank games on a list, like, this would probably be at the close to the top. But you then have to consider, if you were to list those games, where is your personal bar for where a game is as good as it should be? Or, you know, to scratch every itch that you might have personally for this genre. And I think this game would be very high up on that first list, but I don't know how many, if any of them, qualify on, like, the second. But I would say I liked Final Vendetta better than this game, like, kind of where it matters. But obviously this game has the production value, it has the IP, it has a lot of things that game doesn't have. But as I said before, when these games, they launched in the same week. I got both of them at launch. I finished story mode in this game like once, and then I just had no interest in continuing to play. And like, I grinded out the 1cc with all characters. I mean, I say grinded out, it's like takes 5 attempts or something. Like, it was a pretty easy game. But like Final Vendetta, I finished that game and I was like itching to play more of it. So I found that game a lot more engaging than this one. I would say I don't love it, but I do think Vengeance Hunters is definitely worth a look. There are things about that game that I don't like that much. Like, I think the like, that game has 3 characters that are very mechanically distinct, and only one of them has grappling, which kind of, I prefer that to being a core part of the moveset. But it has beautiful art and some cool character designs, and like, that's a good game for sure. It's a game that doesn't probably get its due. And I think both Final Vendetta and Vengeance Hunters definitely demonstrate some amount of like arcade design chops that you don't see in a lot of modern beat 'em ups, and especially not this or MCI, with regards to like the enemy waves and the pacing and stuff. So, you know, whether something overshadows this or supersedes it or whatever, I think I don't think any of the quote-unquote high-budget beat-em-ups or like famous IP beat-em-ups that's been released in the last 5 years, basically I don't think any of them do a good job of demonstrating an understanding of arcade beat-em-up sensibilities. I think He-Man is like the first one that just might do that, which is why I'm excited for it. But depending on what you're looking for, you know, your mileage may vary. And I think there's a bunch of them that are like kind of good or good in some ways, including this one. I think Mayhem Brawler. I was trying to think of the name. The name's so generic. Mayhem Brawler. It's not amazing, but it's like pretty all right. I mean, Fight and Rage would be the obvious one if it didn't actually predate all of them. That's like the Fight and Rage is like the word, like the measuring stick, like for modern beat 'em ups, and basically nothing reaches that level. So, I mean, it's not all dire. Not every reasonably high-profile beat-em-up is G.I. Joe. Just, you know, some of them. Power Rangers had, like, some stuff going for it, but it was pretty... Yeah, the idea of playing it more after finishing it did not feel inviting. There's some that I haven't played. I haven't played... either, I guess, of the Jane Silent Bob beat-em-ups. There was Mall Brawl a while back, and then Weed, whatever the fuck it was called, Chronic Blunt Punch, is that what it's called? That came out recently. It's apparently not good, which doesn't shock me, but I haven't played it. Alright, we unlock Casey Jones.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles!
Shredder's Revenge.
That's an extra screen for rescuing everybody. I see.
Let's kick some down!
I have played the Takeover 2 demo. There are things in that, like, that's another great example of, like, doing some things really well and then some things, like, catastrophically bad. I think the first Takeover has, like, massive pacing problems. I haven't played it in a long time. Like, it gets kind of up its own ass with some of the gimmick stuff, too, that just gets a little annoying and just overstaying its welcome. It's not that it's terrible, but it's just too much of it. The Takeover 2 demo, I had a huge problem with the fact that, like, readability is pretty bad with a lot of noise all over the screen. The biggest issue is that, like, much like this in MCI, the power level balance between the player character and the enemies is like completely out of whack. Because like any touch you do on any enemy, you can just launch them into an endless juggle combo, and like they can't do anything. You can just juggle every enemy forever. The demo's weird because it doesn't have proper bosses. Like it seems to me that they put some placeholder boss fights that just use essentially regular enemies, and you can just do the same with those. So it's like, you know, it completely trivializes combat. And there's, again, like, you have an invincible dodge that just can get you out of anything, and you have a bunch of other stuff. And the craziest thing is, like, they put this parry in the game, which is stupidly overpowered, but it did have at least one weakness. So the parry has like a huge timing window. It'll parry anything. The game will like zoom in and slow down, which is like cool the first time, extremely annoying the third time, let alone the 50th. And when you did the parry, you did like this automatic follow-up attack. So the parry was super OP against individual enemies, and it had a weakness, which is like you were vulnerable doing the follow-up. So if you were surrounded, the parry was actually hard to use because you would get punished for using it. But apparently, from what I haven't tried it, from what I heard in the latest patch, the updated demo, they changed it so that the parry counter or follow-up is no longer punishable. It's now fully invincible. So the biggest problem with the game is that the player character was like too overpowered, and they fixed it by taking the one weakness you had and removed it and made you more overpowered. That's all what I've heard. I haven't played the updated version, so I don't know. Like, you know, I'm not dunking on the game per se. I think a lot of it looks like pressing buttons feels good, and it's got some cool touches to its visuals. Like, it's got a very distinct identity in how it's visually presented, which cannot be said for many modern beat-em-ups. I do want to play it, and I'm looking forward to the release of it, but I think there's, from my experience and from what I've heard about the updates, there's a lot of questionable design sensibilities on display in Takeover 2. So I don't think it, like, I can't imagine a scenario where I play that game and I don't have a lot of criticisms of it. But that's, I mean, even Fight and Rage, I have some criticisms of. Final Vendetta, I have a lot of severe criticisms of, so don't take that to mean that I won't like it or that I won't appreciate it. But I think there's definitely some pretty big issues even in that game, from my experience with the demo that I did play. I've been streaming for a long time, but I do want to take a quick look at the survival mode just to kind of address what we've been talking about for the past however many hours. But I really need to take a break before I do. So I'll take a short break, I'll come back, and we'll take at least a quick look at the survival mode. Let me just see if there was any other things to address. Ask mainly because I like this game more for being TMNT than being a good beat-em-up, but I see a similar kind of approach to the genre of late. Yeah, I mean, it's like, there's obviously a lot of games looked at the success of this game. Like, there was a period where it would seem like you could get you could get your game greenlit if you got the right, you know, IP holder and you convinced them that you can make a beat-em-up out of it. I think those, you know, those days might be over, considering even Marvel seemingly didn't do like super great. It didn't do nearly as good as this, you know, if you can base it on like Steam reviews and stuff at least. And people don't seem to care about that game. Like, this game, when it came out, was like a big deal for quite some time, and Marvel feels like people have already kind of forgotten about. And there's some games like G.I. Joe which felt extremely cynical, and that clearly the people in charge of it kind of had no idea what they were doing. So this, at the very least, has, like, it's more competent than most, but it also has like the production value and the IP and all that behind it. So yeah, I hope, again, He-Man is the example of a game that actually delivers on the game part of it too. I don't think there's any shame in liking a game because you like any one individual aspect of it, whether it's mechanics or presentation. But I think whether you will enjoy this game or not, whatever game we might be talking about, like, to a degree, especially with these licensed games, like, the license is going to be part of the equation. Like, Power Rangers is not a very good game. At least it wasn't at launch. I don't know how much it might have been improved. But the visual spectacle, especially the 3D stages, still made it really exciting to play through that first time. I just had zero interest in revisiting it afterwards. But you might get more out of it. Probably not repeated play, but even that first one playthrough might be super exciting if you're really into Power Rangers. If you have no connection to it or don't, no fondness for that aesthetic, then maybe it's not that exciting even the first time. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. What's my take on He-Man timing strategy now that the movie's already out and still nothing? I never subscribed to the idea that it had much to do with the movie per se. Like, I know some people were kind of arguing that, like, oh, they must be putting it back so they can launch it to promote the movie, or for the movie to, like... I mean, it would have made sense to release them alongside each other, but I think even with the original release date in April would have been close enough that you could consider it part of the same effort, whatever. I'm just curious. I hope we get a date soon. Like, I'm looking forward to that game, and as far as I'm aware, we still don't have a date for it, so hopefully it's not having all its graphics replaced to match the movie characters. That would be an insane thing to do at, like, the last minute, so I strongly doubt that's the case. I mean, it never had much to do with the movie, and there's already a movie tie-in game anyway, the Amazon Luna, like, cards deck builder, whatever. So I don't want to say it's a complete coincidence, but I never felt like it had much to do with the movie anyway. I don't think it has anything to do with physical release because it's published by limited run games who never do simultaneous releases for physical and digital. So that does not make much sense. I mean, it was announced as getting a digital release. It's not like they discovered 2 weeks before release, like, oh shit, we didn't do physical ones. Like, that's not the case. I know that was the case with Terminator from the same developer, but that was not the same publisher. So there's no reason to suspect any connection there. Anyway, I really, really need to go to the bathroom. I'll see you guys in a minute. All right, I've returned. Let us take a quick look at survival. Actually, let's take a quick look at the achievements list. So you get achievos for just clearing levels. Yeah, see all the different endings. So does that mean I just pick... Do I just do the final boss with 7 characters? Because it doesn't make sense that you would have to complete the entire story mode. The way, like, the progression works. Complete the arcade mode in multiplayer. Of course, can't get that alone. Arcade mode on hardest. I guess it's gnarly. I don't know if that's the hardest or not, but... Without using a credit. I feel like they've got their terminology a little mixed up here. It's a little difficult to use 0 credits. But I guess they mean not continuing. Yeah, I mean, I have a detachment to Master of the Universe, but not the cartoon, which is like the unfortunate fact that like most... Like the cartoon is the major touchstone for most people. So anything to do with He-Man has like an element of that to it, which I could do without. But you know, kind of same thing. Like, it's not my preference, but it's not a deal breaker. I'll take it. Like, they really wanted you to play with other people. Straight up, like half the achievements for multiplayer. Bring all characters to max power level in story mode. Like, oh, what a tedious fucking grind, dude. I didn't even max out Leo. I mean, I probably would have done if I stuck to one player throughout the entire or one character throughout the playthrough. I'm sure I would have. But stuff like this just feels like ugh. And I mean, Cosmic Invasion is even worse. Like, because there's like 15 characters, right? At 17 with the DLC, I guess, and I think you max them out a fair bit quicker than in this game, but it's like, it's not fun. Alright, this isn't very interesting. Ah! It's not included. Okay. So they didn't even put a little padlock on it. I see. Okay. But I will say this. I didn't buy the DLC when I bought the game, because I didn't want to, like, overcommit, not knowing if I would, like, give a shit. Okay, yeah, so they did put a bunch of new colors in the DLC. I wasn't sure if they added free colors as well, but I guess they did. But I'll say this, like, I enjoyed this experience enough that actually I kind of do want to play the survival mode, and I do kind of want to mess with the other characters. Like, I feel more incentivized to buy the DLC than I might otherwise have. I'm not going to buy it right now and play it, but I want to. I mean, I guess I can see why they would do it this way, because it's like more... They made me press this button and see this screen, but I feel like they could have indicated that I don't actually have access to this mode. Well, we can put up arcade mode real quick. Just to see, yeah, okay. So I vaguely remember there being something like this. Use radical mode. What the fuck does this mean? Does this mean that I don't have 3 bars otherwise? I only have 1 otherwise, maybe? Like, it's so weird, like... I feel like the phrasing of the descriptions should make it more clear if every option makes the game easier or harder. Faster enemies, exploding enemies, more health, more... Oh, man, see, I was hoping... See, there's multiple options here that, like, make enemies tougher. But there's... Not only is there no option for just having more enemies, period, there's no option for like giving me the 2 or 4 player or 6 player enemy counts, which is like, I mean, it's not that I specifically want that, but if they gave me that option, I would at least eagerly pick it to see if it makes it feel like there's more enemies. Like, I don't want tankier enemies. I want more enemies on screen. Like, I want more interesting encounters, I guess, but I can't, like, even if they put, like, more enemies, it would just, I don't know. I feel like it would make things more interesting, but not, it wouldn't fix the actual issue I have, like, at its core. Like, more aggressive enemies might be good, but I don't necessarily want them to do more damage. I don't know. I guess we'll just stick with default settings. Do I... Yeah, let's try Gnarly and see how that goes. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to find out. Like, is there a noticeable... Because in MCI, after finishing the story mode, I tried... Like, I booted up the arcade mode, set it to hard difficulty, half enemy health, 4 player enemy counts, and like it was hard to tell the difference. Like, I took more damage, I like died faster, but the fights didn't really feel that different, which I felt was a little weird. Funny looking face. All right, well, let's probably didn't do super well with Raph, but do some suplexes. And the big question for these games, I feel like, is how, like, what's gonna make me want to quit first? Just being bored and impatient, or like the game ending, or it being too hard, or whatever. Like, it's not a feeling you want in an arcade mode to game over and just be like glad that it's over, but that's exactly how I felt with MCI. Now, to be fair, like, I've streamed for 6 hours and I just finished this game or whatever. Like, you wouldn't maybe expect to be at the absolute peak of excitement for the game at that point. But there's a lot with sort of the pacing and details of how the game flows, where it's like a bit of a problem when your initial reaction, just like booting up the game, it's like, oh, it's just like, you want the, like, you know, I never have that problem with Final Fight, to put it in simple terms. I'll boot that game up, and even if I'm like, let me just try something real quick, I'm just gonna want to finish it, because like at no point during playing it will I want to stop playing. I mean, the only thing would be if I'm like, oh, let me do 1 credit to see how far I would get. But at that point, I would finish that credit, and chances are I'm gonna be like, you know what, maybe I'll just do 1 more credit. Certainly not the feeling I had with MCI. So by default, you do only have 1 meter. That's interesting. I wonder if that was something that did change. I'm actually not sure off the top of my head if those like arcade mode modifiers were in the game at launch, or if that's something that was added later. Like I said before, like when this first came out, I played it like the once that I kind of just didn't feel like playing it more. I'm already playing already. You definitely take more damage on Gnarly, that's for sure. But again, like, the enemy crowds don't feel particularly different. Actually, I don't know if you get extends. Enemies are a little tankier too. Not by a ton, but they seem a little tankier. Oh my god, the super mega lock on. I wanted to like dash towards the camera. I just moved so far vertically. That luckily lasted quite a bit. I'm gonna grab that. Kind of weird because you can You can move diagonally when running, like very slightly. But the auto lock on your attacks is like really aggressive, so you can move.
Yes, buddy.
You can slide vertically a lot further when you're just like locking onto an enemy. Oh, I thought that would launch towards them. The active frames got him. I tried it. Well, whatever. I forgot the music option was in the option menu. Go back there and turn on the original soundtrack. Let me... Man, I wish I had the Final Fight combo grabs. It's kind of difficult to go in for throws, I feel like.
Yes, buddy. Hi-ya!
Ah! But yeah, already, like, I think there's something to do with just the... Let me grab this before an accident happens. Ah! Very needless damage to take. Just comparing to like how invested I am in how I'm doing and like being careful of taking damage, and it feels very different from like what I was talking about doing the quick hard mode arcade attempt in MCI. Okay. Weird. Ah! Trying to walk up to enemies to grab them to get iframes is like weirdly difficult. I'm not sure how he stunned himself there, but... That. That's a bad dodge. Iframes.
Snout height.
Oof.
Easy peasy.
Not clean, but I didn't die. Yeah, it's like, ugh. The game feels pretty good. Like, yeah, I having more fun with it than Marvel for sure. But there is this sinking feeling of like, God, this was stage 1 of 16 and it took that long. Like,
Big Apple, 3 p.m.
man, I just wish you could take this game and just cut out half of it. And it's not really that one level feels like it's too long. Like, the levels don't feel tedious in and of themselves. But I think, like, if you play a game that has, like, actual, real roller coaster pacing, like, the example that comes to mind for me is Spider-Man, the Sega arcade game, where you literally fight, like, 2 waves of enemies, and then the screen scrolls one screen, and then you fight one more wave, and then it's like, well, that's the stage over. Like, the stages are super short and fast, and just have this, like, crazy variety of going from scene to scene, especially with the, like, the platforming levels and stuff. But it's got such a breakneck pace that it's just, like, it's incredible. Just, like, slipped in the water. And if you were to apply that to something like this, I feel like you could end up with something Like, you don't want it to start feeling a bit tedious before you move on. Like, you want it to be at the peak of excitement, and then boom, you're just already moving on to something new and exciting. Okay. Collision of these stairs is a bit mysterious. Killing one enemy and that summons the next wave. My god, I was trying to aim for the oil drum, but because of the auto aim, I locked onto the enemy instead.
Yes, buddy.
Yes. I did the exact same thing last time, like trying to dodge past it, but I'll dodge backwards, I guess. Right, these guys. Oh, the fucking giant hitbox, of course. Again, armored enemies just being inherently kind of unfun to deal with. Quick work of these guys, might as well use the meter. I rebuilt it instantly anyway. Try not to jump into the sewer. Oh, that's right. I thought this was like the boss, but not yet. Because I still want to save the pizza for what I needed, but that was pretty quick. Interesting, I totally whiffed, but I dodged. Okay, so I think I got an extend. I was looking up and I have 200 lives. Or, I don't have 200 lives. I had 200 points, and I went up to 4 lives. Oh, weird that there was no indication or celebration otherwise. Still isn't enough to kill these guys. Might as well. So the meter system is kind of interesting too, because you build meter by hitting stuff, and I guess you lose it. I don't know if you lose all meter instantly if you get touched, or if you like you have to keep it if your meter is full. I don't know really how it works specifically, but it does seem like you can build. Oh, maybe it's when you get knocked down. You get, but you can build it pretty quickly. Speaking of, might as well use it. I think the 4th time I pressed the dodge and it just doesn't come out in time to actually dodge. Oh, that's very annoying. These little stray projectiles. Well, I took almost another half life bar, so I guess I can't say that I feel like I should have been able to do that without the death, but... Yeah, you keep the meter when it's full. I intuited as such. Oh, now I have to do this. It was like, this would be cool if this was like a 45-second thing, like a little bonus. Like, you don't need this to be a full level for the full boss fight at the end. Like, even if each individual part of it is neat, like, it just... Yeah, it just adds up to a whole bit too much. It just overstays its welcome. Yeah, if there wasn't one notification, I definitely didn't notice it, but that makes sense. I was probably elsewhere occupied. But yeah, for sure, there's like... I feel like there's just so many ways in which this is instantly more compelling than Marvel. I think the grabbing, that was me gaining meter, I guess. I fucked that up last time too. Like, it's giving me too much warning without any clarity of when or what the warning is for. Well, that's on me, I guess. Oh, stuck in animation. I don't know if I get to keep meter if I die, so I figured I might as well. He doesn't have a life bar or anything, so I don't think I fight him now, right? Maybe we're lucky and there's pizza here coming up. See, this would be fine, but like we don't need to... Pizza. Well, there might be one right after this, of course.
What's up, fellas?
Like they're taking every single idea just significantly past its not breaking point per se, I guess, but they kind of let everything feel a little played out by the time we move on to something else. Oh, there's the pizza. But that's good. See, like, I was complaining in the story mode when we first played it that, like, it feels, it adds to this kind of flat curve of tension to feel like the pizza always shows up when you're, like, kind of low on health. Especially on, like, a first-time play. You know, it's reasonable to think that you would want that feeling of relief of health when you need it. But when that happens on like my first attempt, when I kind of don't know what I'm doing, for me, I guess like that's a sign that it's tuned too generously. Whereas now, getting the pizza right after I die, the immediate feeling is like, you know, I had a feeling that there would be a pizza. I just needed to persevere a little bit longer, as well as the fact that like, when I'm in a desperate need of health, that like, oh shit, I hope there's a pizza, like that's, you want that to kick in first and then the pizza showing up. So the fact that I would miss the pizza, so to speak, is indicative of like it feeling better balanced on this difficulty level. I should probably dodge getting hit. Got the towel for that. But yeah, this song, reading chat, this level is just like, if it ended at the end of the tunnel, or if this fight happened then, like, it could have worked a lot better. I died. Yeah, this is the remixed soundtrack that we're playing with. I meant to turn it back to the default after finishing, but I forgot. It's just me not paying attention. Bosses? I don't know. At least this boss. But I think in general, bosses are significantly more tanky on this difficulty level.
Easy peasy.
But yeah, that was like 20% of the game completed in terms of time, maybe, or in terms of levels. Like, that's the thing. It's not necessarily the each... Like, this level I do think overstays its welcome. The car level, whatever, skateboard driving highway stage. It should be much shorter. Like, stages should not all be the same length. And they should not be just gradually getting slightly longer, either. Like, it's fine for the stages to get longer, and you can even have a pretty drastic increase, as is the case in Final Fight and The Punisher, and I think most of those Capcom games. But when the difference in stage length is so, like, small and imperceptible that you don't notice it as you're playing, then I feel like it's... I don't know. It's a little questionable. Man, something about like the... It's a lot of things kind of coalescing, I think, but your range and the timing... Like, it's difficult to walk up to and grab enemies. I mean, if they're just standing there eating their ice cream, it's easy enough, but... What the fuck kind of auto-aim was that? Instead of dash attacking towards the enemy I was pointing at, it, like, slid me towards the other enemy who I was not in range of. Yeah, you have iframes on grabs now. The grabs themselves are effective and feel good. But like that, like, it's difficult to walk up for a grab. Oh, the 0 doesn't count for lives. And even trying to jab someone to stun them and walk up to grab, there's something about it that just feels a little difficult, I guess. Like, it's... Let me see if I can figure this out. The X button, I guess. 1245 has played this gnarly single player. I mean, I guess I don't have a very big friends list anyway. Yeah, but like... What was I gonna say? My brain just shut off when I died. Can't for the life of me think of what I was about to say or what I was in the middle of saying, but oh yeah, the grabbing, like there's just something about it that and I can't put my finger on it exactly. All I can tell is that, like, when I intuitively try to execute something, it more often than not doesn't work. So it's not really a complaint with the game, it's just there's something where the overall feel of the game makes me think I should be able to do a certain thing, but it doesn't really work that way, so I get fucked up for trying to do it. So it's not it's not the game's fault. To a degree, you can say that you would want the game or expect the game to behave in a certain way based on your intuition. But I would have to play the game more to suss out how it works, to figure out if I can learn to deal with it, or if it's just forever gonna feel off. I'm not comfortable making a statement on it at this point. All I can say is that I tried to go for grabs, and I would frequently not manage. It's actually something I've been thinking of with beat-em-up game design. Like, something that I haven't seen much of is... because Final Fight has, I wouldn't say the same problem, but there's one thing that happens frequently in that game and many games, where it can be hard to tell in the heat of the moment, like, when a grab happens. There's not usually a lot of feedback on when you grab someone. And I thought about that, like, I can't think of a game off the top of my head anyway, at least not with that kind of Final Fight grappling mechanics, where there's like a sound effect or like a little hit, a visual effect or something to indicate that you grabbed someone. And I was thinking of something like Fire Pro Wrestling, where they would have this lockup animation, which you wouldn't want to beat them up, but there's this little sweat flash thing in many of those games, and there's like a sound effect that there's like a little visual and audio cue for when you're supposed to time your input. That also makes the grappling in those games feel pretty satisfying. And it just, the thought occurred to me that like it'd be interesting to see, again, not the timing of it, but just like that sense of having a visual and / or audio cue for grappling, if that would help in a beat 'em up with a little bit of disambiguation for some of those situations. Because I think part of what makes it tricky here is just like there is a lot of, the characters animate a lot, so it can be a little difficult to sort of see what state they're in. I don't know, that's just speculation. But anyway, this game's fun. I like it. I have qualms with it. I have complaints with it. But playing this, like, immediately, I feel like actually, like, the game's too long. I don't want to play through the whole thing more than once in one sitting, which I do think is a little bit of a problem. Like, for a game like this, of course we played through the whole story mode, but if I played arcade mode and I game overed on like stage 8, even if that's only halfway through the game, the thought of playing the game 1.5 times in one sitting is like, oh, it's too much. I think that's a real problem for an arcade game or a game that has an arcade mode. Actually, let me change the soundtrack. I totally forget to do that otherwise. But MCI, like, I kind of didn't even want to touch after finishing it, so this game is definitely more fun to me. Are there any beat 'em ups that try to use 2-button grab inputs? I mean, there's a lot of games that have a lot of different ideas of controls, especially in more modern games that try to make use of every button on an Xbox controller, whether it's a good idea or not. I mean, having a button to initiate grabs is not super unusual, but it's already a little bit, I want to say questionable. It can work great, but it's already a little bit of a niche approach to it. I don't know what would necessitate a button combination to do it. I mean, there are games that have like special move input motions for like command grabs. I want to say Denjin Makai has that. I think AVP has at least special moves. I'm not sure if any of them are grabs, I guess. What's it called? Battle Circuit, I think, probably has something like that too. And I mean, technically, Punisher has the giant swing, which is like a super joy that you do from a grab. So there's like some variations on all kinds of ideas. Anyway, I'm starting to get borderline delirious here. I gotta go make that burger and relax for the rest of the evening. But this was fun. I'm happy to have revisited this game. It's fun. It's good. And I would definitely recommend it over Cosmic Invasion. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. Is anything of interest happening on Twitch? I'm sure it is. Marty.zone playing Castlevania Ronda of Blood for the first time, it looks like. That's a good game, speaking of Konami. So why don't we raid Marty and enjoy some PC Engine action while I enjoy some hamburger. Getting excited already. Thanks a lot for hanging out, folks. It's been swell. I'll see you guys around. I believe I will be back on Monday for more beat 'em up action, most likely. I'll see you guys then. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.